All right. Welcome everybody to day 2 of the MediaWiki Users and Developers Conference. We are going to start the day with our wonderful keynote, and I'm very excited to introduce Ward Cunningham. And stealing liberally from, of course, Wikipedia, I'll give you a little background. I'm sure you are all familiar with Ward Cunningham, who is an American computer programmer who developed the first wiki and was co-author of the Manifesto for Agile Software Development. A pioneer in both design patterns and extreme programming, he started coding the WikiWiki web in 1994 and installed it on c2.com, the website of his software consultancy, on March 25th, 1995, as an add-on to the Portland Pattern Repository. He co-authored a book called The Wiki Way, about wikis, and invented the framework for integrated test. I personally was fortunate enough to be able to attend a workshop given by Ward and his wife Karen at an UPSLA conference in the 90s, where he taught the his class responsibility collaboration card, CRC card method, which it was a very influential, very transformative experience for me, and I taught using the CRC card method when I taught object-oriented design and programming for years after that, and I'm happy to go on at length at some point about how wonderful and what a great method that is. He is also popularly credited, which I love, with inventing Cunningham's Law, which is the best way to get the right answer on the internet is not to ask a question, it is to post the wrong answer. So, honored to introduce Ward. Thank you.
It's great to be here, and I thought I was going to have a room full of amateurs putting up personal wikis, because all my friends are amateurs and they put up personal wikis. But I'm thrilled. I really enjoyed the degree to which there's penetration into the industrial environment, and I think that a number of people have a lot to do with that, and certainly all of you. So. At that point, I have to sort of mention that I got a lot of old stories before that was true, including no shortage of discoveries. I mean, I'm really proud of the fact that the word wiki is my word. But the very first wiki, before wiki was a word, was in HyperCard. And we had this notion of making a hypertext that you didn't know where it was going. It wasn't designed, it was just sort of found. And I would give demos to people in my company. They'd say, hey, I understand you had hypercard. Can you show? And I show some cool animation demos. And they say, well, what's this good for? And so I got this little database of all the ideas that move through our company and the people that carry them as they go from projects to projects. So it's people, projects, and ideas. And we just make cards for each. But to make it work, you'd be talking about, oh yeah, I was on that project, but the other idea was this. And you can type the name, and if you click it, if it wasn't there, it says, well, tell me about it, right? So that was the internal link versus the external link. And it was hard to get them to even leave my desk. You know, people would line up to play with this. It was just intoxicating, this idea of user-generated content. And so I invented another thing, and that was recent changes. You know, I made a little card that every time you added a card, I added a card, I would edit to another card called recent changes. And then when they left, I could go and look and see what they did. And that was, I think the theme is still called recent changes. Now, of course, it goes so fast on Wikipedia, it doesn't really Wikipedia, but for small wikis, it still works great. And so, what I want to talk about is recent changes and how we're looking at recent changes in some new ways in the last 4 months, 6 months. It's fairly new. It's built on top of some graph technology that we've been playing with for 2 years now. In Wiki, graphs and Wiki, of course, I guess I learned yesterday, everybody does graphs in Wiki, right? And the interesting thing is we use graphs for all kinds of things, but I wanted to look at mining recent changes. So we're making graphs about recent changes. If you're working in a small group and you have some purpose and things are happening and you're having trouble keeping up with what's happening, this is a variety of different graphic ways to look at what's been going on in Wiki. Now, the people who convinced me to put graphs into Wiki, they said, I don't want a graph of Wiki. I want to put a graph on a Wiki page about my stuff, because my pages are about my stuff and I want to put my, and so there's a lot of that here too, but mostly I want to show what we've done recently as people are exploring a space. As we did so many years ago, we said, well, what is the new language for user-generated, what to make, well, it's the dawn of desktop computing, and nobody knew how to make the computer that was really user-friendly. And so we sort of figured that all together on the original Wiki. The words that were invented then are used today. It's just how we talk about computers. Half the people in the world talk about computers. So this is work in progress. I have a couple of live demos. We'll hope they work. I also have screenshots if they don't. So we can proceed. And yesterday, after a day of this, I got online in the chat room where we talked, and my friend Thompson Morrison, who warned me he wasn't going to be around much because he is going to Africa for 2 weeks to work with people that he works with in Africa. But I sent him a diagram that I made of conversations he had 2 years earlier. And he sent, and I said, and send me pictures. If you're in Africa, send me some pictures. So he sent me this picture. And this is Thompson and his wife. This is Kavita and her soon husband. And she is doing a PhD on this style of education that they're exploring in Africa and also the UK and also Rust Belt, Ohio and Oregon. That was really something that Thompson invented by trying to find a version of Agile software development that was an Agile style of education. He says it's an Agile mindset, not Agile practices, different practices, but the mindset of going headfirst into a problem, finding your way through, discoveries a little bit at a time. And he talks about how important Federated Wiki is. And I say, really, it's just hypertext that is important. He said, no. The federation part is really important because then the educators I'm working with, they write their stuff, I write my stuff, and it comes together. And that's what this diagram is. This is looking at something. And I had just experimented with not looking week by week, but looking month by month or whatever. And I looked back 2 years, 2022, at this particular month, where there were 29 different things on that, all connected. And I sent that to him. And he replied, I said, here, I not to do this. This is an interesting month from April of 2022. He says, the diagram from thinking 2 years ago has surprisingly relevance right now. And of course, now that I thought about it, I think the connection, her connection with these people in Africa was starting about that. So it just so happened this graph thing I did found the conversation that was emerging from 2 years ago. And I sent it to him and he got so excited about it. So naturally I'm excited because I don't actually have any campaign. I'm not trying to change the world anyway, but I hang out with people who are trying to change the world. And I said, let me help you change the world if that involves inventing a new way of talking, a new way of thinking, a new way of using the computer. that's what we're about. So I hope you enjoyed my talk. But I put this on as the last slide, and I said, it sucks as the last slide. I made it the first slide. Here's really the first slide. I should mention that Federation is something we tried to do early on with something we called sister sites when people were trying to put up sites, and we said, let's just share the namespace. I had an opportunity a few years ago, a dozen years ago, to try an implementation that was, at that time, single page applications were important. Let's write a single page application, which is all of Wiki, except for the page storage, and that we can distribute. Everybody brings their own disk. And if you want to bring a disk full of spam, then see who can work it. But nobody wants your spam. So it's all pull, no push. That makes it different than almost all the internet these days. This is MediaWiki is shown to work very well, right? Lots of people. MediaWiki is a champ at this. Infinite respect for MediaWiki, by the way. But this has the potential to allow everybody to do their own thing. And the thing that you're doing, if it's interesting to me, I'll pay attention. If it's not interesting to you, have fun. And that sort of is a little like the blogosphere or the original internet. It might be throwback, but the challenge is how to make it feel like a wiki. People say, well, it's not a wiki. Why do you call it a wiki? I said, because that's my personal challenge. Whatever people meant when they said wiki nature, I want to create it in this environment. And so first thing I did is I figure there's going to be a lot of comparing. I'll take your page, put it in it. What we do is we make the pages really small and we line them up. So this would be like breadcrumbs when it says, you were here, then you went here, then you went here. Well, we just make bread pages. And if you click anything here, it shows up here in the whole thing. Just so it's like playing a video game. And this one, we're talking about some software, some things we're doing with it. Stories of learning journeys was one thing. Click this, it opens this page. This is, again, Thompson Morrison. And what he's doing is working with educators and say, we have this theory that people go through this phase of some curiosity, some surprise from learning process, and they just interviewed these. This is like a 4th grade class. Teacher would go around, Joey, what was your curiosity today? And the curious is, well, I can't even kind of read it, but anyway, it's this path, and this is this is Alice, and this is Mary. And when we put it into this graph, and this is, there's a loop nature because this ultimately comes back and, this is the repeated, your curiosity begets surprise, begets more curiosity. But here we're at net. Natural defenses. This is one thing and it turns out these kids talk to each other. So really the innovation for Agile education is not to have intense, very small classes with very highly trained teachers, but to let the kids explore stuff that they're interested in together. And they're judged not by the depth of their knowledge, but by the degree to that they can share their enthusiasm for learning with other kids in the school. And a lot of times they'll do kind of a demo day where they explain to each other what they've done that week. And kind of like speed dating, you go around in a circle and try different times. And a lot of times it's after about the 5th time you've explained it and gotten dumb questions from your fellow students, you get pretty good at explaining what you're doing, which is half of the learning process, right? So it's something that is suitable for what we might call high-end education. You get in a private school or Montessori, kind of like that, learn by doing. But you can get it and do it in a public school in a way the teachers aren't overworked. The teachers actually get more joy out of watching the light bulbs go on and off. And that's what Thompson's doing. So what I'm doing is I said, well, as long as we're going to line these pages up in this compute environment called the browser, why don't we write little scripts that can look around, we say look to the left. Is there any data you could use to the left? If so, pull it across to the right. And so this computation was spread across these 4 pages. What's neat about that is if you and I are working together, you can say, hey, I got some new data. And I say, I can do a visualization, pull them up together. I'll pull up your data, my visualization, or you pull up your data and my vision, whatever. And we put them side by side, they hook up in the moment. Dynamic. This is cool. So for 12 years, we've been exploring how to make this powerful. One thing that's great is you have a bunch of pictures on a page, you open up a map, the map says, where are you from? And puts markers on the maps. Another one we do is you can put markers on the map yourself, and you can put a bunch of maps. I'm going to be here, I'm going to be here, I'm going to be here. And then you pull up another little database like where the bike stations are, and it says, oh, well, if you're going to be in these places, here are the bike stations you're going to want to know about, and it puts the markers on the map. So it's just data flowing across the lineup. If you're a Unix person and like that pipeline notion of bar, it has a feel of that. But the data is rich data that you might represent in any kind of object you can put into JavaScript. So the interesting thing is, at this point, what we're doing is we're putting graphs into JavaScript, or a very simple graph notation. At the last moment, running that through graph is, which does a pretty good job of showing things. And then where they touch, we change the color. So that's
Word, is all this happening in the browser?
in the browser.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the server has 2 jobs. One is to serve up the code for the browser, and the other is produce any page when asked. Oh, and the third thing is if you make an edit, send an edit down, and that's done like any other editor with change history. So the challenge in this environment is, how do you know what other people are doing? When you have one machine in charge, it can just tell you what other people are doing. But here we have to ask around. And that, here's another lineup of, this is actually a site you can go to. It's called fed.wiki. So that's the only URL you have to remember. And usually we have a welcome page that says, who is this? And what are you giving me? And here this is our text and video chats. This is some, like when they're held, and here and you can watch everything that's happening. And Wiki, click that, this opens up and says, this is what's been happening. This was over the weekend. So it says, well, Sunday, Saturday, Friday. It runs every, this is, just a script that runs and fetches all the info for all the different wikis that it knows about and learns about more. Sometimes there'll be a second row for, oh, I just learned about this new site. So it's a typical web crawler. And then there's a version of recent changes that looks at whatever you chose to do. Here it says there's 39,000 pages. That's, I'm sorry, I misread that. 3,900 pages. And these are all the sites that it looked at. So we're pulling together a neighborhood just from what we look at, because we saw that there was activity, or maybe it's people we work with. And this is something that's been in Federated Wiki as long as there's been Federated Wiki. Now, it turns out that over the years, we've made that faster. We've improved the way sitemaps work. We made it so you can say what links here. That turns out to be useful. And but with that, and our inclusion of graphs, we started looking for more interesting things to look at. And so here is Thompson's site, and he says, these are the people I'm collaborating with that are most important. And this is a little script, it runs and it says, okay, this site is this one, it's 786 pages and so forth. And then it says, if you want to look deeper, maybe you want to look at the solo lineup browser. And that's over here. The solo is a funny name because we made a highly collaborative one, and the collaboration was a disappointment. So now we made one that you just use for yourself, but you can still share. And here it says, oh, I see 3 different sources because it's clicking to the left. There's 3 different pages. This one, and this one. And there's one that has 210 graphs, 26 graphs, and 58 graphs. And these graphs, we call them aspects because they aren't the whole graph. They're just something about the graph that you might find interesting. And so instead of querying out the graph you want with a query language, we just say, let's just find a bunch of little graphs and put them together to get the picture we want. Now, I'd like to do a demo of this. And I think, I missed a demo. You know, I think what I'm going to do, I get caught up in this and I start demoing it and I just can't stop. You know, it's so interactive. But I think what I want to do is I want to get to more about the graph stuff and then leave lots of time for questions. I'll let you drive my conversation by asking me questions. And when we're tired of talking about graphs, you can ask me anything else. You know, like if you haven't heard the story about where the word wiki came from, you'll be want to hear that. Okay, so if I say try the live demo, does it work? Boom. Oh, that was the old demo. That was where I was going to show you recent changes. But you can imagine how that works. So I want to go to here, and I'm going to show you how this detailed picture pops up with, that's the solo collaborator. And we say try the live demo, and it pops up. And this is Thompson's page. It says it's working. Okay, it's done. It took a little while to run. Our rule is if it isn't immediate, then tell people when you're ready and give them some useful information on the page so they don't have to look any further, but it invites them to go further. So now what I've done here is I've read through recent changes and I said week by week for the last year, what's been happening in this community. He defined the community. He calls it his noosphere, which is, I'm not sure that's a science fiction term or something, but it means community as far as I can tell. So if I click that, it comes up and it says there's one source. It found in here 53 different things that you might find interesting out of all these pages, clumps. And of course, what we'll now want to do is just say, okay. So here it is. This is, now here I wasn't particularly original. I named these graphs after the date in which they were last edited. So this is like today, the 18th, which means we're taking a chance because who knows what's going on there. But if I click this link, there it says, oh, collaborative community. Oh, okay. That might have been my edit. We can pick another one. And all of these for this date don't overlap. It says, I looked at the graph of, here is a page that was edited, and here's the pages it references. Here's the page that was edited, and the pages it referenced, and this one was also edited, so we get a little deeper. So this is clusters of nodes that were present starting from activity on the week ending on the 18th day. I see, I accidentally slipped forward into the 11th. Well, okay, 2 weeks. And this is in the moment. So you can be working with people on a call and you say, oh, make this page, do some work. And then you can turn to this and see the work because it's all fetched in the moment out of the sitemaps, which are maintained edit by edit for you. So the sitemap is always current. And so we just fetch the sitemap and all the goes in there. Now, the interesting thing here is as I open up these things, it says, well, wait a second. Here's the date back on there on the 8th, February 8th. that related to that. So it said, here's this one. This was what I remember seeing, because here's a case, critical point was critical brain hypothesis, critical point. This is some other conversation that had that in common. And so what we're doing is this is how we're going to pull things together. Now, once I pull that in, see there's some more. Can you tell that this is turning color here? It says, well, if you find this interesting, maybe you ought to look at this or this, going in more current or past. So the fact that these dates are just a bunch of numbers, after a while, you just start browsing around. In fact, those first ones I picked didn't turn on much, so I'm just going to turn it off. And so we just get that. Oh, no, that one's important. How about that one? Yeah. So now I cleared the table a little bit, focusing only on that thing that said critical point. And now let's, okay, here's another one. What does that connect? Oh, what's that? Okay. So you can see we're actually composing a query of sorts, but we're doing it by browsing, not by algebraically specifying how we want to traverse the graph. The graph traversal has happened by producing this list of clusters and saying, if this one looks interesting, maybe these other ones would too. Because this is wiki pages, we can also go back here and say, trialectrical synthesis, what is that? So you click that and you read the wiki page. So this is a pop-up, but it's still connected to this lineup, and all the lineup rules still work. I think if I click another one, if I shift click, then it just adds it. You know, so we can go pretty deep here, digging around in this. And if you're looking at pages that are 2 years old, it might help. Oh, connected thinking. He has a page about the page. So Thompson is a great client because he loves this stuff. And anything I say, why don't you try this? He says, well, that was really powerful, but I get confused when this happened, or this slows me down, or whatever. And I say, I think I can fix that. I'll check with you tonight. You know, so all the projects are like one-day projects, and they're just a little more. And because we can make a UI, but just by writing the page that we wish we had, leaving the spot where the code goes blank, talking about it on a Zoom call. And I said, okay, I'll fill that out. And then he forks the page and he has it. In fact, this little thing up here, it says, this page occurs here is the same, and an older version is there. And this stuff, you know, passed around. So I can tell if he's looking at my newest or my oldest or whatever. So it has that feeling that we're working together, even though we're working separately. And it's also because it's pull only. You never know what you want to pull unless you're on a regular video call or a chat room or something like that. And that's all spelled out in fed.wiki. Go there and it'll point you to our chats and so forth. So this is pretty neat. Now, what really makes this work is that's not the only script I wrote. I showed it to him and he says, you know, I'm looking for these clusters where there's a lot of inbound pointers. I call them hubs. Okay, you're looking for hubs. So he'll click all those things until it turns to a spaghetti bowl. And he says, see this one and this one, that's what I'm looking for. And I say, yeah, but there's all that noise. Why don't I have my script look for those things? And I'll just show you the hubs, and you can decide which one you want. And so it says, oh, here, see also collaborating community hubs. And when I open that, it's working. Oh, done. And this one even tells me these are the hubs. Creative genius, 75 inbound links. This is a few years of work, you know. Agile. Oh, see, it's overlapping. I can't read what it is. Agile mindset. 56. Eureka moments. That's when the light bulb goes. Deep listening. You know, talking to your fellow students and not bragging, but listening to what they did and finding out what they did. Hidden potential, emergent white space. Jazz musicians talk about creating the white space for the solo from your partner to step into, you know. So there's a lot of learning cycles. That was that thing we saw at the very beginning. Autopoietic systems. You got to have a little of that, you know, when you get graphs involved. So now, of course, what I can do here is now, these are two scripts, maybe 100 lines of code, producing graphs, offering them up to anybody who cares to listen. And of course, the solo collaborator looks to the left and says, oh, we got, what is that? 53 and 26 aspects. I wasn't sure what these graphs would be called. They're really partial graphs, and aspect-oriented programming was something a few years ago where you say, well, we're going to write modules that are part of a solution of an object. We'll mix them together. And so that's really what this is. So I think aspect is the proper term for these subgraphs. And we'll open the solo collaborator and make that full screen. And now we have an interesting thing going on. We've got the dated versions going back to January. So this is 3 months of weeks. And we have Creative Genius and Agile Mindset and Eureka. And this because, well, one thing I meant to emphasize was that these are built around this notion of a Markov blanket. Carl Friston has made that a popular term, but it really means in a network of influences like inbound and outbound links. Markov means kind of step by step. So you can imagine traversing this graph step by step. But a Markov blanket is your nodes, the nodes you reference, the nodes that reference you, and the nodes that reference the nodes you reference. And that is a collection. And so we just said, well, I'm going to look for hubs based on how many inbound planes there are. But I'm not just going to give you the hub, I'm going to give you the Markov blanket of the hubs. And it turns out that it's pretty well connected. So if this comes back, see, I think I have to ask for it again. Okay. So now if we, all right, these are the hubs. And then here's where we get the Markov blankets of the hubs in combination. Oh, you know, that's not, yeah, that's okay. 3 days ago, I had a bug where I wouldn't have wanted to do that. So I was coding last weekend to fix that. That's why I sent Thompson that graph. I said, Thompson, I got this new stuff. He sent me the nice photo. But the thing here is, if I pick something like creative curiosity, it's a node. 3 inbound, 3 outbound, the inbounds to the outbounds. So that's the thing. But it's actually reaching over a fairly large part of the heavily traveled part of his wiki. And you can tell that because of the number of these. You know, it lights them all up. It says pretty much anything here is going to have a connection. Of course, this could be exactly what you're looking for. And what Thompson will do is he'll look at this and he'll remember what all these things mean. Or maybe he'll check it to refresh his memory. And he says, can we tell a story that goes from here to here, down to here, and then over to here? What's the story? Could I write a paper about that? And if he can tell a story about these fragments that all hold together, then he feels he has something important. because he can imagine that his audience, which tends to be educators, would care about that story. And so that's a criteria that he holds himself to. Now, of course, what I find is interesting is you pick one of these things and it lights up here, fairly sparse. You can say, oh yeah, recently, before that, I can't quite see the numbers. Yeah, so now we're pulling, oh, that's a big one. Let's try that. Now we're trying to say, we have this cluster, we identified the cluster that was looking at the whole history of your neighborhood, your noosphere, which I think for his goes back 4 or maybe 5 years. And now we're looking week by week, recently. How has that impacted what you're doing now? And because he's always bringing new people into this environment, they're finding their way around for the first time. And that's what makes this really interesting, because not only is he looking at what he has done and forgotten, but he's looking at what the people he's coaching are looking at. And I say coaching, and it isn't really coaching, he's inducting into the cause to be the future leaders of this movement, because they all want it more than he wants it. He just a kid in school. They live in the schools. They want to make the schools work for all the kids. And so that's the kind of project where Federated Wiki fits, where there's natural separation. Schools have a lot of rules about what you can say outside the school, because they're just deadbeat dads hanging around trying to find their kids. You know, it's really sort of, you have to be extra careful when you're dealing with information from kids. But they feel if the kids are doing this and charting their own learning journeys, doing this, there are systems that will make wikis for schools. Blackboard is one. And at the end of the semester, they erase them all. That's got to be criminal. So I say, I don't care if our stuff is good, but it has to last. It has to last. How am I doing time-wise, speaking of lasting?
Oh, gosh, 20 minutes more.
Oh, that's good. I can keep on going. I say, we were talking to some people who had connections with Amazon, and they said, well, we could work on scaling. And I said, well, you're probably talking about traffic scaling. I want to do temporal scaling. How can I build something that's going to last for these kids so they'll still have it when their kids are going into 5th grade, and it can pull up this stuff and share it? Because that worked for paper if you didn't lose it, but it's like, oh, that's not possible with computers. Computers don't last that long. You know, you got to buy a new one every year or two, and they all change. So, well, if you remember that diagram, the only thing that we really have to keep is those disks, and that we store in JSON. And they promise there isn't going to be a new JSON. A lot of people look up a new JSON. But I think we picked a pretty good format. So at that point, I think is a good time to look a little deeper into this. And I thought it's only fair to describe the underbelly of all this. And it's all based on JSON in one form or another. But JSON can be anything. And the first thing we make it be is a page. So I drew a little fragment of a page, and then I dump the header of the JSON. And it turns out that these are narrow and they're simple. It's always a linear ordered story of elements, typically paragraphs or images or graphs or scripts. But here it says, type paragraph. The text is welcome to this double square brackets. I'm not really losing it. And this goes on a little longer. But it turns out this was enough that if I pulled up this page, I could learn. No, I'm getting ahead of myself. The other thing we do is at the point that we create a new paragraph, we tag it with an ID, a random ID. And that turns out, wherever this page ends up as this moves around, we can find that page, because we can find that ID. Another type paragraph, pages about us. This is a suggestion. You know, it's funny, I say, here's a place where you can type your name. It's really hard to get people to type their name, because if it's a brand new system, I don't know what you're going to do with my name. I don't think that, but I model that behavior. I always say who I am. And I don't have a standard bio. What I really do is I say, I'm a Word, and I'm telling you why I'm making this site. Because I have a lot of sites, and they're all for different purposes. Sometimes I'll say, here's some tools I use to make this. This is the About page, and then this is the page. This is the site that you want to get. And sometimes you'll sneak a little extra information on that, but that's the one page that you don't want to fork from somebody else, because theirs is called Welcome Visitors too. That's why you move it off into something like text and video chats. Anybody else has a text and video chat, maybe you do want to know about the collision. Happy accidents, we call that. So the server side, in addition to storing the pages, every time you send an update, edit one paragraph, it updates the sitemap. It says it's an array, and for every page, it says this is the title of the page. This is the page as we use it in the computer, all lowercase. This is the date of the last edit. This is a synopsis, which is typically that first paragraph. And as of a year or two ago, to implement what links here, we say, these are the outbound links. Outbound links and where on the page they were found. So we know where the links are. And because we read the sitemaps for everything in your neighborhood, it's just a simple computation to reverse this and find out what links here. And what links here is great if you're kind of careless about making pages and forget. So a lot of times I can't remember what I called that page because I used some clever pun and I can't remember it. But I go find this, and I know it mentioned this page, and I say, what link? Oh, there it is. That, you know, so that associative memory for that. Piling is on, and so we build a lot of stuff. And of course, that's what the recent changes is. This was not very. We call it. I almost called it quarters, but I thought, well, that's so corporate. So I said within a season, this was changed within a year, so forth. And there's not a lot of. Yeah, this was, I think, 16 pages on that site, so it's nice to look at it small. And then this is the third variation of JSON, and this is a couple years old. We tried a number of different things, and this is the one that was the real winner. It's an object that has a bunch of nodes and a bunch of relations. And just because I was a Unix guy, I wouldn't just like spell out relations. Rels, we call it. Props. And every node has a type. A prompt is distinguished from a page because somehow some AI snuck in there. And I said, well, we don't want to call that AI stuff pages. We'll call it prompts. But another page, and props, that's the property graph. The name of the page, other than a type, is just a property. And that's unbounded, you can have whatever. And it turns out, you know, if you don't want to go through JSON, you can put all kinds of complicated stuff in there if you stay within JavaScript, you know. But there are rules for what can and can't go into JSON. And when we share things by JSON, you have to follow those rules. And finally, the way things are linked together is by indices. This is item. This is node 0, node 1, node 2. Here's relationship 0, relationship 1. So we say, this prompt has an input from 0. I read that and I said, oh, there's no, no, it doesn't mean there's no, it means it's number 0 and that's it. This is a nameless type that goes from number 1 to number 0. And it has no special, so this is just a line. It's not very interesting. But there is the potential to throw all kinds of stuff on those, and that's what makes this powerful if you're dealing with more complicated graphs with multiple kinds of types, where the types have a history of their own right. So again, I'm showing you the simplest thing. And then we feed this into GraphViz, and GraphViz does a pretty good job of drawing what we want. Now, there's so many things I could talk about. I will say that what we've done is we came up, I put a lot of time into Neo4j, and we built a huge database for a corporation where I worked. 500,000 relationships of 40 different sources. And it turns out I was the only person who could query it. So we're trying to figure out what would be the wiki equivalent of a database. And of course, it's a bunch of interesting content on a bunch of pages. So that is the model that we want to make work, not because it's the best model for every situation. It's probably not a very good model for most situations where you have a certain amount of corporate infrastructure that needs to be satisfied or whatever. But for an exploration of something new, it's pretty good. So I want to say, in trying to describe this, I had this habit of explaining how things work. And Thompson said, don't explain how it works. Just tell people what it feels like. He's kind of that feel, what does it feel like? And I came up with a metaphor of an artist's cottage. So I asked ChatGPT to draw me an artist. No, I actually got this out of Wikipedia Commons. This is a photo of the week out of Commons and a contender for photo of the year. So it's a very nice photo. Artist old. It just looks like a nice place to be, and you can imagine the creative juices. Well, that's what it's like. You go into this personal way. Everybody gets their own wiki. You can use names any way you want. But your creativity is intrinsically shared. That makes the neighborhood kind of like a gallery show. People have to bother to get in there. They see a bunch of your work. They say, well, this is interesting. Oh, and you also have Joe's work over here and Marianne's work over there. Oh, they see what's going on. So artist cottage is a place to work in a creative way. Gallery show is the neighborhood that we're always constructing. Sometimes it gets a little crowded and you close that tab and start over. No, I want to be more focused on my inquiry. And then what we're doing, where we look over that information, clump it in different ways, try to discover something out of your history or the structures you've built, inadvertently or not. Well, that's kind of like a critical retrospective on an artist's work. And so that's what it feels like. Of course, I say that's what it feels like because I've never had a critical retrospective or a gallery show. Although I am doing an interview with my old alma mater this afternoon, where I'm an outstanding, that's why with this jacket. It's not my corporate self, but I did lose some weight, and I found this in the back of the closet. My wife says that looks pretty sharp. So this is what it feels like, and I think that's interesting, and it's very complementary to what MediaWiki does, and especially Wikipedia. And Wikipedia is a model of collecting and sharing information. It's pretty awesome, really. And this is really about this. This is the kind of stuff that they don't want. Oh, that's your idea. It's your crazy idea. Nobody's looked at that idea. That doesn't belong in Wiki. It's not encyclopedic. But it might be encyclopedic in a decade. And that's what we're trying to get to. So I will close with this last picture. This was going to be the last slide, and I moved it up to the front just because now you can understand kind of what I was looking at, what Thompson looked at on his 2 hours of Wi-Fi that he had to use this diagram from thinking. This was his thoughts typed in as he was thinking them 2 years ago, has surprising relevance right now. And I only assume that's because these people who she worked with bringing this in the last year and wrote her thesis on what they did in the school in Kenya. And so I think these are the people I'm proud to know and work with. Other people who are more about, I say Thompson thinks in words and looks in graphs. Other people think in graphs. They draw the graph, and then they write the words that go to the graph. And so we'll do that too. And any other crazy thing that people are really willing to put the energy in and kind of recruit their own community. That's what we're about. And so, perfect example. I think I'll put the pretty picture up. Any questions? Yes.
Quick question and then the real question. The quick question is, that bottom line, is that curation?
This line down here, or this?
No. Yeah, the critical retrospective, because there's content across the artist cottage or the gallery, and someone is internalizing it and saying, I'm going to refactor it. I'm going to have a retrospective. I'm going to add my, my view on it. So is it curation that's sort of uniquely personal?
It's too early to say because we're just trying things now. And so if I show something to Thompson and he says, I could tell a story from this. Well, that's enough confirmation for me. But I say, have you told the story? And so he says, well, how do I save this? I constructed this. It lit up these colors. How do I save that and put that on a page? Yeah, I think we can do that. Haven't done it yet. But that's what he wants to do. And then he'll take screenshots of my beautiful graphs. And then he gets a marker and he draws arrows and he draws the path that he wanted to follow. And I said, well, can I float the path of arrows over an SVG generated with graphs? I think I could do that. But I know, because we talk about this back and forth all the time, he says, I'm the poet and you're the engineer. And I don't think that's a compliment. but he needs me. And so if he wants to draw arrows on, I want to think about that. Maybe I'll have to light him up or do something, but there's something we can do with clicking so that he can tell a story about something that he's looked in retrospect. And that's like in the gallery when they decide,
Exactly.
is it going to be this to the left or this to the left? Arranging it so the gallery experience is after the fact of creating the art for the purpose it was created. And I think that ability to tell stories about the stories is going to matter when it's getting to the end of the semester and the kids are saying, well, what did you learn? What do you want to remember more than anything from this term? Oh, it's the time that Mary Ann told Jill this and Kevin said this, and it works like this, and that's what turned on the light bulb for me. And that I think is curating stuff that is already fairly systematic because CM is on it. That's just what he teaches his colleagues to write short paragraphs, meaningful topic names. And what it becomes beyond that, I think we're in a position to discover, because we have a group of explorers and we manufacture tools. The other metaphor I used was lens makers. And I had a nice slide when I pulled it of, telescope and a microscope. And it was the lens makers who could grind those lenses that made the telescope and the microscope possible. And you can see giant things and you can see very small things because of it. So I think that what we're doing with the lineup, the federation, the idea of putting data on pages, sharing it across the thing, and dealing with not gigantic data, but rich data like graphs, is grinding lenses. And there's no use to the lens maker, there's a use to the lens maker that the lens maker serves. And so that's my engineering goal.
Thank you.
Yes.
I have a poet's comment, but also maybe a question too. So when you go back to the graph visualization,
Yeah.
So at the top of every box, it says page, right? So my poet's observation is, it would be nice if that there was a line separating that. 'Cause that
Yes.
But it does beg the question as to what the other possible types are there. And you said was one. I'm just kind of.
Yeah, oops, I wanted to go there. Now I think, I don't know, yeah, okay, I had it was buried. Okay, what I have is you can say, add color to these pages. Now, I have two colors, but that's the type, and what I want to do is you say, can you remove that type? But I want to use the type to do the colors. If I get down to here, well, let's load up and up here. So it says prompt, if it was, and his prompts are always this related to this. So just the word and calls it a prompt. And so what we can do is we can apply color, and on my to-do list is at the same time we apply color and just take that off. Because we don't look at it when we click on it, the page name is the rest. But, you know, that's on the to-do list.
And the other.
But yes, it needs to speak to you in the compactness. I also like to split things so that you get these boxy looking ones instead of horizontal looking ones. But then I have to take that out before I go to the wiki page. So there's a lot of
The other like empty space was that type for links. And it kind of begs the question of what happens if you invert the nodes and links, and you're talking about the links instead of the pages, right? If there's a box for every link instead of a box for every page.
Yeah, for the schema I did when I had 40,000 links, is I had link type, and I showed that on the link. And to actually show it on the link and graph is I had to manufacture nodes. So I actually made a node out of every link. And I added a count. So it said, you know, here's a kind of strange relationship. We have 150,000 of them. And you said, really? And you could click on it and it's okay, I'll sample 100 of them. I'll show you 100 of these 150,000. And that's what you had to do to actually write a good query. You had to say, where have I got the information? I have it here. If I go over here and down one and over here, then I can get this because it's in the node. And we can see all that. And I talked my company into open sourcing that software. So it's a Ruby, it's Ruby's Sonata, it's a Ruby Sonata app, and it talks to Neo4j. And it's called El Dorado, because the guy said, well, we have this thing, we want to find the gold in our company, and we'll call it El Dorado. I didn't name it. I would have come up with something even better. But it's called El Dorado UI. Yes.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to embarrass myself and ask a very naive question. So I think of graphs, and from the implementation of the wikis, I think of them as representations of how content is linked together.
Yes.
It's somewhat static.
Yes.
And I think what I'm not sure if I'm understanding this right, but what we're seeing here is not all the links that are, but these are the links that have been recently traversed.
So, yeah, I think he has 5,000, 6,000 pages, all fairly heavily linked. And so I need some way to find something interesting. So I'm guessing what he would find interesting by applying some algorithms. The simplest one was, what have you edited recently? Not even when it was created. I could have looked at creation date, but what has been edited recently, because it's clearly in your mind or one of your colleagues' mind. And that's why I chopped it up. But that was an experiment, and it worked pretty well. But then he said, well, this is what I look mute something that will.
Yeah, let me, hold on.
Oh.
I was getting things set up for free time after this, but.
So he admits it.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a break. All right.
A quick follow-up?
Yes, so we do a lot of dynamic stuff. There's a lot of interesting causal loop diagrams that are computational and so forth. And those are other people. Thompson is very much of, let's go do it and then talk about it and then discover what we said. And that's just his process, and it's what we've been doing this week. How much time do we have?
Well, I want to ask my questions.
Oh, okay. We got time for that. We got time for that. I thought you were trying to signal me that we got to wind up.
Well, we're sort of at the end, but we can ask a few more questions because this is fascinating.
Oh, no, you're next.
Am I? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Well, I guess it was more than a comment than a question, because I love this and it brings back memories. So I think it was Bernhard who mentioned yesterday, there's an extension Wiki for MediaWiki that I was involved with developing when I was at MITRE. And I guess I'll just sort of riff on this theme. It came from a very similar need. We had wikis that grew over time.
Yeah.
And I'll use one as an example, Robopedia. We had a robotics project at MITRE. And the leader of that project was a very, very strong advocate for the wiki. And it didn't happen if it wasn't in the wiki. So
Yes.
every piece of equipment, every person, every meeting, everything had a page in the wiki and they were all linked. But then the question became, we had this incredible corpus of information, but we didn't find the nuggets, the gold in the wiki of, the hubs. And so my colleague Bernadette Clemente, who the wiki was her brainchild, she knew a little bit about graph theory and about hubs, and so all of this stuff was so familiar. We want to find the hubs. We want to find who is the expert on this particular piece of equipment derived from the information in the wiki.
Yes.
And so we created Wiki for that, and it is sadly, because the project dissolved and I went away and I didn't have the time to maintain that. But if anybody wants that for MediaWiki, I could probably be talked into resurrecting Wiki. And so it does very.
And I would love to tell you about algorithms and that we might bring to this for the same
Exactly, because
purpose.
we just barely began to scratch the surface of it. But I would love to talk to you more about the algorithms we could apply. Because when you've got that huge corpus of information with emergent knowledge in it, you want to be able to find that by applying the appropriate. And what we did not do is look at recent changes, and I find that fascinating. How fresh is the information? What's evolving? I would love to have that.
Yeah. So we just thought that would be a good first guess.
Yeah.
But there are 2 or 3 more stories that go along with this. One of my collaborators is just devoted to Zettelkasten, which is the index card method of writing notes on everything. And if you've got 30,000 cards in your card file, you're a pretty good Zettelkastener. So he's doing Zettelkasten on a wiki, and I can't stand to look at it because none of it means anything unless you're looking at 10 cards at a time. But I said, okay, you figure out how you see your Zettelkasten and draw it in a picture that I can understand, and then we're getting someplace. And he's bought into that idea. So maybe something will come out of that. Yes?
So I think the most powerful way we can deploy this technology is not if it's just available in one wiki package, but if this pattern could be replicated and used in other wiki platforms as well, as if it becomes a sort of standard for wiki interoperability. What would you say is the most straightforward path to building this kind of federated whole functionality into any wiki software?
I had in my notes to say that there's nothing here that really depends upon federated wiki. That the idea of having a convenient graph notation, although our attitude is small graphs combined instead of a large graph queried, and most people who build a graph are how big can we make it? But we're just saying that then the next question is how do we find the part we want? I'm interested. I'm happy to share the code we use to manage those indices is just a JavaScript object, and we have a Ruby version of it because we're doing this stuff in Ruby. I have GitHub Actions that'll collect this sort of information out of a code repo and draw aspect-oriented pictures of your code. And you can put those on Wiki or not put them on Wiki. Turns out that GraphViz has nice diffing of SVGs, even, you know. So happy to share that, happy to participate, happy to explore what a plugin might do. Or in my community, there's still strong interest in Neo4j. And in my old Neo4j thing, I made sure that we could take these simple graphs and import them into my large graph as a simple form of, because the thing that is attractive about graphs is that not only do you put the nodes in, you put the relations in. So you don't have to do any tricks with foreign keys. You just say, here's the relationship, and let me tell you a few things about that relationship. And that's the power that you get from this. And I think that it fits nicely with Wiki. I'd love to figure out how to do it. I even made notes to talk to you after your presentation. Yes?
Well, this is somewhat tied in with James' question, but from what I understood, the protocol used to get the current set of pages in each wiki is just sitemaps.
That's what was convenient for us because they're automatic. Everybody has uniformly formatted sitemaps.
Yeah, so if that's the case, then theoretically this whole setup could be used to aggregate information across a set of sites that aren't wikis at all.
Absolutely.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. And our universal key is the slug of a title and the site that hosts it. Site and slug is where we start. And if you want to get particular, it's a site and slug and the ID of the paragraph on it. And I don't think we do. MediaWiki doesn't ID paragraphs, but that is, we do.
Marlo does.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, that opens a few doors, but I will say that there's another thing that we do, which is we have a standard way of augmenting the sitemap. If you have a site, like the first one I did is ham radio call signs. What if you put ham radio 9's K9OX, or always letter, number, letter, something like that. So it just scans the pages, all your pages, for ham radio call signs and makes a little database of those in the style of the sitemap. And so it's a sitemap addendum. And what happens is if you come back a week later and say, oh, there are 4 new pages in this wiki. Oh, well, we'll go search them. So it's the incremental cost of keeping it current is almost 0. In fact, if an app that wants it, of course, only you can save those they're called surveys. It's kind of like surveying your employees. You know, you find out what your employees think, and then you want to check them next year and check the year after that. So we call them site surveys. And that's a nice way to collect information. And that predates a lot of this work we're doing with graphs, but the next thing I think is we'll be collecting information that makes graphs that aren't so easily read out of the sitemap, but will be read out of a sitemap augmentation. Yes?
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for this presentation. It's very fascinating. Most of us in this room have been formally trained in computer science before OpenAI released ChatGPT. And when we look at this, we think this is great. You know, it's a graph, and you know, you can apply some algorithms on it, classical algorithms. Fine for us, right? There's so much potential in this. But with AI coming in, I'm wondering if you have considered, you know, how AI can fit into this, can benefit it, or do you think that we should just stick with more classical algorithms and keep AI out of it?
There's differing opinions, of course, on how important AI is. Thompson, who is a philosopher and reads a lot of history, he'll pick up this idea and that idea, and he'll ask ChatGPT, this is important because of this, and how is that related to this? You know, how is Whitehead, Alan Kay related, and so forth. And it'll spew out 5 paragraphs, as it always does, of the relationship, and then he tracks it down. So he uses that to spur his thought. And then he told me he's pasting the answer in a wiki. I said, oh, no. So I said, just please document that this is a ChatGPT dialogue that you're putting in here. And the coloring I do, I say, oh, I'm going to color them a different color. And when you see this huge graph and you say, oh, this whole half is just a conversation in ChatGPT with itself, you know, guided by you, admittedly. And he has a complete argument about why that's important. And I will say that the pages he writes from his direct lived experience are much better than anything that comes out of ChatGPT. So the ChatGPT is not of interest to me. Even his experience isn't that strong of interest, but I want to know how it's working for him. I think there's a lot of reason to be afraid of the laziness that might come from over-reliance on that. But you know, I can't say it's all bad. I'm suspicious though.
That I totally agree, because, you know, this beautiful graph, some people will just say, oh, let's just throw that into ChatGPT and let it figure everything out, right?
Yes.
I graduated before, I know I graduated before OpenAI and ChatGPT, and I'm also tempted to say that that's disgusting. Let's not be lazy like that. Let's use our classical algorithms. So it's good to know that we don't want to.
Well, one of my favorite pages that has accumulated a lot of addendums was an article that was published in an image processing journal titled Disgust and Envy. You know, and it says, these kids these days, they do fantastic things, and they don't know the first thing about image processing that we learned so hard, and that is, they're disgusted by how much is being produced with fabulous image processing, and they're envious, disgust and envy. I think that's what computer scientists feel in general about ChatGPT. Yes.
Just an anecdotal comment. Real life experience. My son's computer science student at Berkeley, and he's working on a project with a friend of his, and his friend just loves coding using ChatGPT.
Yeah.
And his discovery is that it takes me more time to fix his code than if I work myself.
Yes.
I mean, that's just real life. Even students are realizing.
Oh, sure. But I'll tell you, I was working on a little Ruby program, and I could not remember how to loop through a loop in Ruby. And I was working with another fellow, and he says, "Oh yeah, let's see it. Oh, it just completed it. Oh yeah, that's what it was called, right?" So if you had some mastery over, you know, a language and some framework and so forth, and you'd been away from it for a few years, I could see how it could be really helpful. And whereas I'm always, you know, Stack Overflow, tell me what that is. You know, so it's just faster than Stack Overflow. Yeah.
Comment in my question. The comment is, I think I might be the only current computer science undergrad in the room at the moment. So.
That's why I said mostly.
But yeah, we're also dealing with, you know, OpenAI and ChatGPT and all these tools. They're available, but then, you know, the school says you can't use them, or you can't use them. You have to cite it. It's a whole. I fully agree. There's a benefit to learning how to do it on your own, because we shouldn't be dependent on these tools. My question was, am I correct in understanding that the individual pages that were showing up and all of that interaction requires JavaScript? There's no PHP support for people?
They're the servers that we provide. If you don't have JavaScript enabled, will make a half-hearted attempt to render the static content, paragraphs, as just a regular page. And we demonstrated that, I forgot what the text browser is. It was links. That works great in links. We thought we had to do that to get indexed, but most of the web search engines will interpret the JavaScript now. It also was to our advantage when we were working with educators and they said, everything has to be accessible. Work with screen readers, JavaScript is out. And so we could check off that mark. But there are people who just make pages of images and graphs and stuff like that. It really encourages interaction. So it is, half of the content will come through without JavaScript. There's also a feeling that these single page applications are now out and server-side rendering is much more popular. So we have an inch of that. We also feel that the client is something that when these kids grow up and have their own kids, they're not going to want this client. They're going to want client number 7 out of this. And we have to be able to do new clients pretty routinely. To that end, I wrote one in Java.
All right, well, thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you.
started. And we have, our next presentation is a remote presentation, Devendra, and I think we're ready to get started. Devendra, are you available? Or can you hear us? Can we hear you? I see a slide.
Yes.
We appreciate you being here remotely today, and we can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah,
Yep, we can.
I'll have the room audio muted while you're speaking just to avoid feedback loops. So if you ask a question, just give us a little bit of time to unmute.
Yeah. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Today, I'm going to present one of the topic like Google Tag Manager Events extension to send the information to GTM, Google Tag Manager.
Real quick, could you get a little bit closer to your webcam? It seems to be just deleting you out of the scene.
Okay. Actually, I lost. One second.
That's better.
All right.
It's fine.
Yeah, that looks good now. Thanks.
Okay. Actually, I'm going to present a topic on one of the extension we have developed recently to send the event information to Google Tag Manager to do the event analysis, how the users interacting with the website and how users are means how they are those interactions going to be like page views or edits or whatever they are doing. This is recently developed. I have access to it. Okay. Myself, Devendra. I'm from India. Currently, I'm working as a senior web developer MediaWiki at Pegasystems. This extension developed by Wout. He's from Wikibase Solutions, and this extension, the sponsor is Pegasystems, and this extension is not available public. Means this extension going to be public soon, but it's not yet published yet, not published yet. So it's going to be available publicly soon. I'm going to explain briefly about what is Google Tag Manager and Google Analytics 4. Google Tag Manager is a tag management system that has the same functionality like Google Tag. The tags are designed to easily reference the information that is added to the events which we are sending from the website. Google Analytics 4 is an analytics tool uh, to get the analytical information of the user interactions and the traffic of the website by using Google Analytics 4. What is the importance of the event tracking is majorly how users are interacting and how the website traffic on which pages more users are interacting, or how website is performing on the click events, whatever the users are doing on the wiki site. Yeah. Next is like These are the differences between earlier Google Analytics, Universal Analytics 4, and the Google Analytics 4. Google Analytics 3 and Google Analytics 4. Earlier we have very limited to the event parameters. Now earlier we have numerous types of events like page view, session, event, social, user timing, exception, app, screen view, transaction. These kind of numerous types of events are there. Now everything is a event now in GA4 model. And event parameters, those all are unlimited. Earlier we have only 3. And the Google Tag Manager is also optional at the time. Now it is required to send the data to Google Analytics 4, means whatever the interactions happening on the website, that this is the middleware right now. We earlier it's like separately tracking of that web and application tracked information, now everything is means we can track it at once. um, what is an event? Event is when the user interacts with the component of a website, when the user clicks, or when the user try to edit a page, or edit or save the page, and try to add anything on the page. And search events, here you can see some of the examples, like page loads, link clicks, form submissions, video plays, page edits, and anything is happening on the uh, page, we can count it as a event. uh, this is the data flow diagram, how the data is sent to uh, Google Analytics from our website. Like, first we need to create a Google Tag container that need to be installed on our site. Means this is the major thing we this extension going to do. We are going to send the information, whatever the events happened on our wiki website, to Google Tag Manager by using this the container which we need to install on our site first. By using that, we are going to send this GTM. This is a container ID. By using this, there are some default events they can capture by using that Google Tag Manager. Google Tag Manager, the scrolling of the page, and these all are the on-click events. Any clickable things happened on the event. That those all are the custom events we can generate and send it to the Google Analytics 4. In this, a major object is data layer object. Data layer object is used to pass the information to Google Tag Manager. That is the major object to push the data to data layer object. Means now I will explain regarding what is Google Tag Manager event extension. The purpose of the extension is designed to facilitate the every interaction and sending user specific interaction events and webs from a website to GTM, Google Tag Manager, which sends the data to GA4 by using the triggers, Google Tag Manager triggers. By using the triggers, that will send the information to GA4. The major thing for this extension is we are going to send the event data to the GTM. That is the main focus of this extension. The key features are predefined events like page views. The fields are user ID, title, page title, flexible to this extension is flexible to add new event properties and add new events also. um, and this is how look Google Tag Manager when we create when we log into the Google Tag Manager tool, and then we need to create a container for that. This is a testing details. This head and body need to be added inside our website. It's lost. These two details need to be added before before we interacting with the Google Tag Manager. And this is the tag container ID, and there will be some other details like extras, like authorization details that will be based on the organization. Uh, these all are actually these all are we are not handling these details, so I am not go in depth for these things. I will explain the what extension going to do to send the information. um, this is how integration with website, like inside our website, when we are going to add this script to our uh, website. By using this extension, we directly communicate with the Google Tag Manager. And the event configuration, like in the local settings, we can add predefined events like page view, visual edit editor opened, page edit saved, created, and edit restored, and some other events also we are planning in the phase 2. This is a phase 1, so it's not completed yet. So in the phase 2, we are going to add some more events like search, wiki search, whatever the user interacting with the search filters, search terms, those properties also we are going to add in the next phase. Um these all are the predefined fields like title, display title, namespace key like hub name, and minor and major edits. These all are some examples I have added here. And this is how we need to configure the things. So first, we need to download the Google Tag Manager and configure as means how we are usually do the extension configuration. The same way we need to do these all are the example IDs. Event ID, like this is a tag manager container ID we need to add. And these all are auth extras, like how means authorization details we need to add. uh, and this is done, and this extension is not published yet publicly. uh, and you can see these all are the uh, default configurations for this extension. This is a event name and event properties, like this page view. uh, this page view name should be means inside the tag manager we have the tags, right? Inside the tag we need to create this event name, then this will interact means this will interact properly with the names, means there will be no confusion with that event. So we have used the same kind of things, like the name should be same as Google Tag Manager and GA4 uh, analytics. And these are one more event, like event saved and event created. Um, these all are the customizations we can do, like we can add event properties, the user reg id, and these will be taken uh, from this value from the whoever the user logs in, he that information will be get. And there's some SMW properties, semantic MediaWiki properties also we are taking from the page, like page type. um, these are the page view, and inside this you can see user id, it's a title, display title, and the content group. These all are the default values we are getting from the page itself. And once any user and this one will load on each and every page, because everything is a page view. So this extension JavaScript loads on every page and gives the event as a page view. It's an event name called page view, and this event is sent to Google Tag Manager. We can use this information by using the properties and other details. We can uh, create a dashboard who how many users viewing that page and other details. Um, and this is a data layer kind of. This example is like we can check the event details we are sending properly or not. We can use the data layer extension on Google Chrome. In this we can see the details, uh, this is a event name and user ID, title of the page, um, and GTM. These all are the GTM events, uh, default ones from the container itself. And by using this event name, it's going to recognize it by that GTM, that this is a page view event triggered on this page. Uh, and this is dashboard insights, how it will look like on uh, GA4. um, it's like in GA4, it's an empty, means this is a users and new users average engagement time, means how much time they are watching that page, and how many users are there, users by country, and the traffic of the page we can analyze. And there are so many things, but I don't want to go in depth for this. Uh, and this is how it will look like on Google Analytics 4. And this is one of the m- means one of the event registering by using the default MediaWiki hook post event. Once this event occurs, we need to call this function to send the information to GTM events. Means first we need to configure this variable, and that data layer comes under this events. um, uh, this is completely self-explanatory. GTM events call events like post event action. Once this post event is called, like saved or created, restored, based on that event name, it will send it to data layer push thing, then that will send to GTM Google Tag Manager. Uh, in this, we have discussed about GTM, GA4, and the purpose of Google Tag Manager event extension, and how to set up, uh, and the use cases. Sorry, I missed down. Okay, might be. Means the roadmap is like we are going to add more events to this extension and publicly release it soon. Uh, yeah. Uh, uh, that's it. Do you have any questions? Sorry. Hello.
Okay.
What's your motivation for creating this extension?
Creation is like means in Pega we have a one wiki. We have an internal wiki. We plan to means analyze the things on GA4. Means how users are interacting, and we are planning to create reports based on that. So we prepared this extension.
Questions? Are there any questions online?
Well, and how does this compare to the other extensions that relate to Google Tags?
Other similar extensions on MediaWiki?
I think.
It's similar to G tag only. Google Tag Manager means that every tag is similar to G tag, but we can create some custom tags and send it to GTM. And means the GTM, if you see here, one second. we can create variables. You can see here we can create tags, triggers, and variables inside this GTM. Means those all are customized. Custom tags also we can create based on our requirement, and we can implement those things inside this.
There's a comment on YouTube from Victor, says similar extensions do not push events to the data layer.
Okay.
Is there, would there be a use case or a way to use this to find out what components of your wiki or what parts of your wiki people are actually having difficulties with, like frequent page reloads, frequent retries, that kind of stuff?
Means the performance also we are going to analyze how the pages are loading. Sorry if I'm get you wrong. Means recently we faced one issue, like in visual editor things we are facing some issue that is not creating any event for that. We are still means investigating on that. Might be we'll check in a different call. I'm sorry, I might wrongly explain things, but some of means I'm completely not heard your query. Sorry for that.
Do you want to ask again, or?
He didn't hear the question.
Oh, sorry.
You heard the question.
Yeah, I was more curious about whether, like, the people who are using it, their experience, or especially people who aren't familiar with the wiki itself, if there are ways to find out, like, do they have to re-edit something? Are they having problems with markup? Are they having problems with, uploading images with them? Like, using this, going back to recent changes and stuff.
Yeah, so does the tool help with that?
Yeah.
Does the tool help to find users that are having issues?
Yeah, means those all are in Pega is like a entire engineering team using this wiki to share the information. They are not completely aware of this means wiki text and other stuff. They are using only visual editors, and yeah, this will help you to again we are reloading the pages, and how many times the hits are happening. We can analyze the engagements on that page. Yep.
Any other questions? All right, well, thank you very much, we appreciate it.
Yes.
Awesome.
Analyze the engagements.
Welcome.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Yes, hello. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Yes, I can.
Okay, yes, this is Bernard again, just for a quick announcement and maybe also some ideas or thoughts about the future of the MWCon here. As most of you know, it started out actually with in the US with first semantic MediaWiki users meeting in 2008, and then it became the Semantic MediaWiki conference. And then in 2016 there was this change to the EMWCon that was held in the US, and we didn't probably because the semantic community is a little bit stronger in Europe. We didn't follow this name change, so it was probably because of the thought, well, is the Semantic MediaWiki conference only about Semantic MediaWiki? Well, it was not. And there was also criticism that the Enterprise MediaWiki conference, is it only for enterprises? So no academia, no private use of MediaWiki. So this year, I'm very happy that the MediaWiki Users and Developers Conference takes place now, which is kind of a fusion of those two conferences, I guess. The interesting thing is we also, so the question is, should we now follow along with this? There have been 20 editions of the Semantic MediaWiki conference, and we asked the users in a follow-up to the last conference in Paderborn, the 20th, and 27 users said we should follow along, and only 15 said we should stay with the name MWCon. So, and I think this is not the only reason why we should do it, because the majority of the community members who voted are in favor of it. There's also another thought. It's not really the question. We are not competing or comparing Semantic MediaWiki against Wikibase, against Cargo or Visual Data. It's also not the question of Canasta or Mesa or OpenCSP. The real battle goes on somewhere else. The choice really is, do I use MediaWiki for my task with all the great extensions and ecosystems that are around it, or do I use some of those tools here that are really the competitors? So as a community, we should, I think, try to focus more on collaboration. And I think this is also one of the reasons why we should go ahead with the MediaWiki Users and Developers Conference, also for the European strand. So we have the first conference now in the US. I think we should keep the nice routine of having a spring edition in the, let's say, American continent. It has been mostly North America, but who knows? If someone shows up and says he wants to bring it to South America, I think nobody is going to say no. The fall edition is usually in the European continent. It's mostly in the EU, but who knows? So it really also depends who shows up and wants to bring the conference there. I don't know if we will ever have a summer or winter edition. Maybe there's a community in Asia, I don't know, Africa or Oceania, but that would be interesting. But it really depends on if people are there and are willing to host a conference. So hybrid or not, as in this conference, I guess the personal setting is something that is important, and I'm very happy to have the opportunity to do a presentation online. It must not be a real hybrid experience, I guess. So it's basically up to the organizer. At least some kind of live streaming or live recording should be organized so that we can rewatch presentations, or at least can follow live somehow. Okay, so how is this organized? Well, the MediaWiki stakeholders group, you can find information on MediaWiki.org about us and about and the website mwstake.org. It's a user group consisting of developers, system administrators, users, consultants, and hosting providers who, and this is important, cooperate in order to improve the software and advocate the needs of MediaWiki users outside of the Wikimedia Foundation and its projects. And one of the things we do is we back up the MWCons legally and financially, which is important, I think, for those who organize it. So you have this backup. It might be costly to run a conference. Usually, actually the organizers make a profit that then goes back to the community also. But it's always good to have someone who can back you up with pre-financing of expenses you need to have for conference. So how to co-organize? Well, basically you just need to reach out to MWStake. You say you volunteer to bring the next MWCon to Europe or to the US or to someplace else. What is especially needed are local chairs, so someone who really can advocate the the locality of the conference and knows the infrastructure there. But there's also a lot of other chairs. You can see, the great chairs of this conference here on the right. So big thank you to them. But you can help. If you want to attend the next MWCon, either in person or virtually, you can do something about it. You can not just wait until it happens. It might not happen. So please also help us in co-organizing the next event. So, and the good news is for this fall, at least part of it is already planned. So the MWCon in fall 2024 in Europe will be held in Vienna, Austria. So I volunteer to co-organize it. It's going to be who has been 10 years ago at the SMWCon in Austria at the same location at these interesting buildings, the former gas storages that have been rebuilt to a modern infrastructure with shopping malls and flats inside there. The tentative date is now, it just changed yesterday, so I'm happy to have now this date. It's November 4 to 6. It will be finally confirmed by the end of April. So there will, next week, the city of Vienna has some more meetings, but I don't think that they will move it again, because on the 6th of November, there will be a celebration of 10 years of the Vienna History Wiki. So this is also the reason why I would like to bring it in fall to Vienna, because we have the celebration. Please help us out with organizing it. There is a lot of chairs and co-chairs to be filled. Please reach out to me if you want to help me co-organize it. Also, please to the sponsors of this year's MediaWiki conference, Users and Developers Conference, please again also support the European strand of the conference financially. And I hope to see many of you, also maybe some people from the US in November in Europe. So that's what was basically it, what I wanted to say. Hope to see you in Vienna next year. Don't book your flights yet. I will officially announce the conference dates when they are really fixed, probably or certainly by the end of April, but you can reserve it in your calendar already. Thank you.
Any questions?
What will be the full name of the conference?
It will be like this one, MediaWiki Users and Developers Conference. It will probably, in order to cater for the strong semantic MediaWiki community, will have a semantic MediaWiki day or something like that. I mean, in the program planning, you are always flexible to plan the conference the way the organizers wish to do. So we might have a MediaWiki community day or a enterprise day or a semantics day, whatever. I don't know yet. We will have to think about this in the program planning, but I think the naming should be the MediaWiki Users and Developers Conference like this one with the hashtag MWCon.
I noticed belatedly that the wiki page on MediaWiki.org for this conference is MediaWiki Users and Developers Conference 2024. So we'll have to rename it Spring 2024 and create a redirect. And then, so I'm guessing, so previously the Semantic MediaWiki conferences have had their conference pages on the semanticmediawiki.org website. So we'll have to see where that lands.
Yeah, we'll have to discuss it. To be very honest, maybe I would like to keep it there because it's so much more convenient, looking at the program and than on MediaWiki.org. So we will have to discuss this, I guess. Yeah, we will see.
Also recognize that the spring and fall designation is biased towards the northern hemisphere, so if we are going to.
Now that you're doing this biannually.
Go there.
All right, any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, before that.
Okay, before yesterday. Okay. Okay, sounds good. I will still go over it then. Daniel, did you just really raise your hand?
That's a joke.
You had your hand raised. Jeffrey, your hand was raised, so.
Okay, I would offer you as a starter anyway. Brian, just let me know when you're.
You see, just like yesterday, you have multiple languages.
Oh, I actually don't want to post the speaker notes anymore this
So
time.
you don't, okay.
Yeah. Actually, no, I'll keep it up. I'll keep it up. Yes. Sorry for being,
Yeah, that will be very helpful. Thank you very much. Okay, wonderful. So hello, my name is Jeffrey Wong. I am founder of MediaWikis and one of the, I guess, co-founders of Canasta, along with Yaron Brad, Ike Pact, and the WikiTide staff members as well. So what are we going to talk about today? Well, we'll talk about the latest updates since, well, it was going to be since December, but that's pretty recent. So I'll talk about basically everything since MWCon 2023. So for those of you who are new to Canasta, what exactly is it? We call it Compute Home for your data, but it's basically an all-in-one MediaWiki package that's based on Docker. And the point is that it makes it easy for sysadmins to manage MediaWiki, add extensions, and then load starter content and data structures onto the wiki. So instead of having to spend all this time, installing Apache, MySQL, all this other stuff, and then you can install MediaWiki, and then you have to figure out how to add Cirrus search, and then how to make visual editor work. You don't have to worry about that. You could just install Canasta as a Docker image on a VM. And at MWCon 2022, I demoed it live successfully from scratch throughout the presentation. So when I say that you can get all of this set up in 15 minutes, you can check the tapes on that. But the whole point is to reduce the technical and administrative complexity and spend less time setting it up, gain back more time for actually using your wiki. So, yep, these are the 3 founding companies. But Canasta is not just a Docker image, that's just the base layer of it. Canasta is composed of basically 4 components, I think now. We have the tech stack, which includes the Docker image itself, the extension and skin collection, which you're going to talk about yesterday, but that's all the 150 plus extensions plus a dozen or 2 skins that are included that you don't have to install yourself. They're already bundled in Canasta. You've got starter pages and data structures for trying to solve that blank page problem. So we've got Page Exchange, which is an extension that Yaron created, and Canasta supports Page Exchange and allows you to add these starter pages and data structures onto your wiki so that it'll be easier for you to get your wiki started with the structure of pages and stuff. But then on the side, you have the Canasta CLI, which was developed 2 years ago. That helps you set up the Canasta tech stack without you having to use any Docker commands of your own. And then you can also install extensions and skins onto your wiki directly with the Canasta CLI. So who's using the Canasta stack? WikiWorks, WikiTech, and MyWikis, all help to develop it.
But we also now have this US Space Force using Canasta, and I know they are here, so we want to thank you for using it. Do y'all like using it? Yes.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay. Awesome. Sounds great. So if the Space Force is using it, I think it's a safe bet that everyone else can use it as well. And I have talked with them. You know, we've worked together on quite a few things to make sure that Canasta works for them, and it'll work for you as well. So some statistics. The latest statistics I pulled up from GitHub. We have nearly 75,000 downloads right now for our Canasta Docker image. That's up from 39,000 in December 2023. We have frequent updates for many contributors and lots of ideas in the pipeline. So yeah, it's pretty lit. Can you move to Canasta easily? The answer is yes, of course you can. Because I've showed you how to set up a Canasta wiki in 15 minutes from scratch. It'll take only a little bit longer for actually moving it, because you have to export it and import it a little bit. But basically the process is you export your wiki's contents, extract its local settings, go to canasta.wiki, read the documentation. It's very quick. Get yourself a server, set up Docker in under 5 minutes. It's like literally just like running 3 commands from the Docker documentation website. And then you set up Canasta with the CLI in under 5 minutes. And then you add in your database dump and your local settings, and you're good to go. All right, so what has happened since December? We are now at 2.0.1. We were at 2.0 in December. So we have upgraded it to PHP 8.1. We'll be on Debian Bookworm 12.5 very soon. There's PR out for it. We basically made a lot of under the hood improvements. So there's not that much new stuff in the past few months, but and that got me thinking, like, wow, is Canasta like slowing down or something? Like, what's going on? Well, no, it just means that we're a maturing, platform now. We have basically gotten all of the big dream, projects that we wanted to get done over the past few years, and now we can safely say that, you know what, we can finally focus on some other smaller things and just keep it chugging along and making sure that we're watching out for the next big tech trend that we have to follow. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so the biggest thing that we're working on right now, I guess, is just revisiting our extension collection. The skin collection is kind of small. We can work on that on a case-by-case basis. But there are so many extensions that we could install. Right now, we have several in the pipeline, like Quick Instant Comments, which Brian Wolf here wrote. Page schemas, inline comments. I think this is a WikiTide extension. Edit, notify, etc. We also have unfortunately, some unmaintained extensions that we need to cut out of Canasta, and that includes semantic breadcrumb links and TinyMC. There's been some discussion over the past few months that maybe we should wait until the next LTS version comes out in order to remove those extensions. Whether you want to do that it's up to the community. So basically, anyone who wants to contribute their thoughts on our GitHub community, our mailing list, or our nope, not going to say that, fortnightly community meeting. Yeah, not the game, but what it used to be before Epic Games ruined that phrase. Yes, we have a fortnightly meeting. Okay, on every Thursday at, is it noon Eastern? Yeah. Noon Eastern. Yeah, 9 a.m. Pacific. Yep. I would know because I can't wake up at 9 a.m. Pacific. But anyway, let's see. Yes, and then we'll definitely design meeting extensions, and then the new extensions. We have a lot of new extensions that we could add. So the question now becomes who wants it and how soon. But as long as there's demand or interest in it, if you want to propose an extension to be added to Canasta, you can definitely do it. All right, but let me spend some time talking about wiki farms. That has been something that we added pretty recently. It's been our largest change since April 2023. So what is a wiki farm? It's a collection of wikis that share underlying resources, and they typically relate to a common cause. So this typically means that they are sharing the same web server or a group of web servers, and potentially also share the same user database. The hundreds of wikis operated by the Wikimedia Foundation operate as a large wiki farm.
since they are all hosted on the same infrastructure, and any of the web servers can actually handle requests to any of their hundreds of wikis. Wiki farms should not be confused with wiki hosts, which often host a disparate set of wikis for different people and different purposes. But we'll start with wiki farm for now, and then I'll tie how wiki hosts could relate to this. So Canasta 2.0 was released a few months ago, and it added support for wiki farms. And because it moved Canasta from being able to only support one wiki to being able to support multiple wikis at the same time on the same infrastructure, we bumped up the major version to 2. I added here that it could be potentially for wiki hosts as well. And Jeroen has mentioned this several times. There are some people here who do operate wiki hosts here. There's one on the stage right now, and you might be wondering, oh, is this like a big reveal for my wiki switching to Canasta? I'm so sorry, no, it's not. But it could happen, right? So the great thing about the wiki farm support is that it could support, theoretically, hundreds of wikis on the same server if the server were large enough, if it's scaled, etc. And I'll explain later basically how all that works. But yeah, this is a major breaking change in Canasta, and we updated the CLI to be able to support adding multiple wikis, and I'll show you how that works. So we actually took our implementation of wiki farms from, it was inspired by the Wikimedia Foundation's approach. So one single instance of Canasta, which would typically comprise of one web container, can now handle requests for multiple wikis. Each wiki is still going to use its own MySQL database. The correct wiki settings in the database will be selected based on which URL is being passed into the request via the host header in the HTTP request. The Canasta wiki farm, it's defined by a YAML configuration file. And I'll show you what that YAML file looks like later. That schema is set by Canasta. And then we use this approach to take advantage of the PHP opcode cache. So it turns out that, MediaWiki, the opcode that you use to run MediaWiki is the same for each wiki, right? Because you're not changing the version of MediaWiki for each wiki on this. So if I go to, the RuneScape wiki, and then the old school RuneScape wiki runs on the same server, well, they're both running on the same version of MediaWiki. I don't have to generate two disparate sets of opcode caches for them. We can share the same one. So as soon as the first user visits it and the cache is generated, the second user can take advantage of that first user's, even though they're not visiting the same wiki. Since all wikis will use the same MediaWiki code base, it can be cached once on the very first page load, supports all feature executions, and be used until the end of that container's life. We have 3 different use cases supported for wiki farms, because wiki farms, by definition, they're on separate locations, right? We could have them on different directories in the same domain. They can be on different subdomains, or even completely different domains of each wiki. And this can be mixed. So we can have example1.com/A and then b.example.com/C. You can do it. So what does this mean? I'll start with the concepts. Wikis.yaml is now where the farms wikis are defined. This is an example of what that would look like over here. It's very simple, just have the ID and the URL. And now each Canasta instance is itself a farm instead of just a wiki. And so now we have 2 terms, Canasta ID and Wiki ID. And the Canasta ID refers to the farm's identity, whereas the Wiki ID refers to wikis within the farm. How do we make a wiki farm in 1 minute? You populate the YAML file with the wikis you want to make. You run this command. You type in the desired Canasta ID, admin username, and admin password, and then you are done. The wikis and all wikis in the farm and the farm itself are all created, and they are all going to be accessible at the URLs as long as you set up the DNS correctly on your side. And then you can even use sudo canasta add to add them one by one as well if you don't want to use this files method. Once your wiki farm is created, the CLI makes it easy to add and remove wikis from the farm. The changes you make with the CLI commands will be reflected in the wikis.yaml file automatically. So keep in mind that every Canasta instance, though, still must always have at least 1 wiki at any time. You cannot just have 0 wikis. And if you want to change the wiki's ID, you can simply edit wikis.yaml at the URL and then restart the Canasta instance in Docker
If you want to change MediaWiki settings of each wiki, we now have settings directories, config directories that are specific for this folder over here. So then we also have shared settings that apply to all the wikis in the farm. And you can put that in the config settings folder. So what's shared and what's not shared? I know that the concept of wiki farm can be confusing, so I'll clarify about what's shared and what's not shared. As mentioned earlier, the Docker containers for the web server, Caddy, Varnish, and Elasticsearch are shared. One of each collectively power all the wikis in the farm. And additionally, when we're creating the wikis, the initial admin username and password are shared between the wikis. On the other hand, the databases are separate between wikis, and certain tables could be shared with WG shared DB and WG shared tables, especially if you're trying to share the user account, user table rather. Next, I'm going to move on to some current adoption efforts that we have for Canasta. So, OpenCSP will soon be able to run on Canasta, fingers crossed. They're going to be using Canasta as a base image, and the OpenCSP image will be a Canasta derivative image. So the folks at Wikibase or Wikibase Solutions in the Netherlands are working with us to see how we can do it the right way. But what I mean by that is not just copying the Docker file of Canasta, creating a permanent fork. That's not the right way to go about it. The correct way is to use the Canasta image as a base image in Docker, and then use that and then start your own Docker file. Declare at the top, we're going to start with Canasta's base image, and then we're going to make our changes in the Docker file. So I did do a proof of concept in 2022 when I was in Breda, but I think now there's going to be more of a concerted effort to actually implement it this time. So what's the difference between vanilla Canasta and OpenCSP and Canasta? There will be additional setup scripts run during compile time and runtime, and Canasta's bundles, extensions, and skins will be removed and replaced with OpenCSP's desired ones instead. WikiApiary is going to migrate to Canasta and run on a Canasta plus OpenCSP stack, and it's going to be using Wikimedia Cloud Services as well. So what's the benefit of using Canasta in this case? Well, containerization technology is modern and the way to go. So it's, Canasta has demonstrated itself time to time again to be a reliable, powerful solution, and it's capable of handling WikiApiary's data along with OpenCSP's stack as well. And it's a stable, mature, proven code base, as we can see. So the Canasta specific challenges that come with adding or migrating WikiApiary to Wikimedia Cloud Services is that Caddy is not compatible with it, right? So we need to find a way to remove it and self-configure a Wikimedia Cloud Services compatible TLS termination proxy or equivalent. I don't remember the exact technical details, but that's just one thing that we have to figure out.
I think if anybody's curious, I can answer that question.
Okay, yeah, let us know if you want Cindy to answer that question. The second one is Composer. Yeah, Composer is a thorn in our backs. It's a perennial thorn in our backs. A biannual thorn in our backs. I'm just no, but it's just there's so many issues with Composer. It does a great job, resolving dependencies and things like that, but it's not very compatible with Canasta's, strict separation between, what's it called, like ephemeral versus persistent data. We try to, actually this is becoming a rant, a developer's rant, so I'm just going to rein back in and say that we've learned that the current way that Composer update command was being invoked might result in some dependency conflicts, so we had to figure out some, dark magic to figure out how to get it done correctly. Thanks to the Wikibase folks for figuring that out. And Composer local.json customization still remains an issue to this day, and we need to figure that out. Derivative images, though, are great, and OpenCSP using Canasta, as I've said since MWCon 2022, it is a step in the right direction, and this just goes to show that anyone can use Canasta to as Mesa, and then you create your own image. And then you really just want to follow these easy steps. You create your own Docker file, and then you change Canasta default settings.php to have whatever you want. And then as long as you don't touch this file, you're good to go. All right, so what's next for Canasta? Well, at this point in our development, we just want to add more extensions, add some improved support for derivative images, inherit some great features from Canasta forks like WikiTide. For instance, WikiTide has site monitoring and planned AV anti-malware, and we figured that Canasta could use that as well if we have the time to do it. But don't get me wrong, these are nice to haves. I mean, no one's Canasta been hacked before because of not having anti-malware. This is more of a it really is nice to have. And then built-in analytics is also been a feature that I wanted to add, but because we want to keep the Canasta image light, we don't want it to break the Docker ethos of one process, one container. And hence we have not added Matomo into the web container, but we are still thinking about if we wanted to add it, how do we do it? Yaron asked me to add this part in there. We could add an AI chatbot into Canasta. If anyone's interested, let me know. The good news is the AI chatbot that I presented yesterday, it would actually be compatible with Canasta pretty easily. There would not be any additional dependencies required. So, yeah. This is 1.39, that is, not 1.35. How Canasta can achieve more goals. So I've been preaching this over the past few conferences anyway. But yeah, our future success does depend on our community continuing to support the development of the project. And so that's going to require code contributions, feature proposals, discussions of the future of the project, and donations for funding, future development by prospective and bright students who want to make a difference in the open source community. So it's important to note that actually this year we don't have a GSOC project coming up, Google Summer of Code projects. In the past 2 years we have had them. They've made a huge impact to Canasta, but this summer we're taking a break, and we will need to rely on other sources of talent to help us out if we wanted to make any, big leaps. So that's all I'll say on that. But I am very thankful for all the support that this community has given. Since I stood up in Houston 2 years ago to introduce Canasta, we've had an outpour of support from everybody. Just the immense everyone rallying around Canasta has been really great for everybody. So I really want to say a heartfelt thanks to the community for that. And I really want us to continue that good trend. And of course, we always need contributions. So if you are new to this community and you want to learn more, feel free to join our mailing list at groups.google.com/g/Canasta-wiki. Yeah. And we need developers, your input, and funding. That's the three things that we need right now. So for more information about Canasta, you can visit here. I think we have about 7 minutes left for questions. So yeah, any questions? Back to you.
You mentioned earlier that there's a way to bring a different wiki into it, where you would just basically provide a database dump and a local settings file that's input. Will it work with database files of older versions of MediaWiki?
So the way it works is if you have an older version, on the first run, Canasta is going to recognize that you have an initdb in there, and it's going to load it into the MySQL container. And then that MySQL container will take care of that import. But then MediaWiki is going to run. And I think in MediaWiki 1.39, it stops supporting certain older versions of MediaWiki upgrades, right? So you would probably want to download an older version of Canasta to upgrade to 1.35 first, and then upgrade it to 1.39. Because I think 1.35 is supposed to support upgrading from like super old versions of MediaWiki as well, right? Yeah.
So it wouldn't be it wasn't built in as a one step for people to
But
bring in previously unsupported things and say, hey, how do we make this.
But that's the limitation of MediaWiki, not Canasta.
But Canasta could have also said, hey, you know what, since we are a provider of an easy way to put something in, a safe haven, like a basket, would I need to, like, I mean, you're saying, you're giving me a solution, and I would going, yeah, okay, I could probably do this, in MediaWiki too, I just was hoping that this would save the hassle. And since the hassle is a little bit of a 1.35 could do this, and then moving up to a higher version, MediaWiki will take care of it. I guess it would be an opportunity to say, yeah, I can't take earlier ones because it looks for what version it is and does the appropriate thing.
Well, we welcome contributions. You know, at the end of the day, we have limited resources and limited desires, and this is something lower on the rank because I've never heard of it until now, actually, as an idea. And the good news is that Canasta did start on 1.35, and our older version of Canasta inherently supports it because it's on 1.35. But yeah.
That would be the solution, just use the old Canasta,
Yeah.
get it to 1.35, and then update to the complete.
Yeah, I wish I could tell you. If I were a billionaire, I'd be like, okay, you know, like I'll find a person to work on it today.
No, that's.
But
You saying no, it can't do it is also a good answer.
yeah, they can't do it because MediaWiki's not doing it. And that's another thing I want to add about Canasta is that we try our best to follow the Wikimedia Foundation's, you know, ideas because they're the ones at the end of the day calling the shots on MediaWiki. So we follow them. We'll be pretty good. But on the flip side, if they're not going to support something, we also probably don't have the resources for it either, unless it's to contribute to the core mission of Canasta, which is to make it easier for our community to install it. Yeah, in a like a super impactful way, that is. Yeah. All right. Any other questions, Jared?
So yeah, ClamDB requires a ClamD daemon to do the scanning. So would that be in the web container, or how much have you worked that yet?
I believe it would be the web container based on how WikiTech implemented it.
Okay.
Yeah, I know that would be a slight violation to the Docker's ethos, but I think that's an exception we can make because it needs to look
at that. So maybe I'll, yeah.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. Thank you. Yeah. Rich, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah. Is Canasta written in Go?
No. The CLI is written in Go, unfortunately. I hate Go.
Oh, okay. If you install Canasta, is it agentless in the sense that it performs the installation and configuration of all the components, and at the end of that process, are you left with installed configured components where Canasta is there's no ongoing dependency to Canasta? Or are you, like, if you use Canasta, is Canasta kind of ingrained into the deployment and you can't walk away from it?
I'm going to side with the latter. I don't really know if that's how I would describe it, but it's not a walk away and, you know, have fun kind of thing. It is like you will be in the Canasta ecosystem for the entire life cycle of when you want your wiki to be running on Canasta. You don't have to use the CLI to run it technically. You could do it manually. But the whole point of Canasta is that we're trying to make things easy by giving you this suite of tools so that you can use it. And then if you ever don't like Canasta anymore, we want to make it easy for you to leave as well. Not that you ever want to do that, hopefully, but you can do it. You can do it if you need to.
Well, the goal isn't about one, it's about vendor, it's about remaining independent to a certain set of tools.
Fair enough.
And the concept of an agentless, so Ansible is agentless, meaning that it performs a set of functions, it's automation, and when the automation is finished, the result is indistinguishable from either the hard work of a super savvy admin or the efficient work of a set of automation scripts. At the end of the day, there's no evidence as to whether or not it was automated or hand done.
I see.
You're left with tools, and there's no trace of the tool that put it there.
I see. And then here's the thing, though. Canasta actually says that Ansible's approach is not good because Ansible does not have a way of guaranteeing the state in which the wiki configuration is at. And Canasta recognizes that when you just let Ansible do whatever the heck it wants, and then you can let the wiki user do whatever the heck it wants, you can get into these undefined states that then the agentless program is no longer going to be able to know what to do after that. So Canasta basically says, here, if you want to join Canasta, you can always join. If you want to leave, you can always leave. It's not like the Hotel California, you know. When you're in Canasta, we have given you a way of doing as much as you want, but don't touch the main core stuff that enables us to give you instant updates whenever you restart the container. You know, insurance that the config is not going to be corrupted. Things like that. These are things that we have to guarantee that work. With Ansible, we cannot make that guarantee because of these state inconsistencies that can appear. But that's why we think the Canasta approach is superior. Yeah. So maybe we're not agentless, but we have very valid reasons, very specific reasons for why we don't go the Ansible route.
I would argue that you're arguing at two different levels of abstraction. And we can talk about that over beers later.
Okay.
But there's also a difference between Mesa and Ansible. And just because you're using Ansible doesn't mean that you're throwing all cares to the wind.
Yeah, you said some pretty disparaging things about Ansible. You didn't qualify with opinion, right?
Sorry. In my opinion, that's what it is.
For what it's worth.
Sorry. I thought I said that. Okay, never mind.
Canasta says, it's Canasta's opinion. I would say it would be very easy to take the file structure from the Docker container. If you wanted to leave Canasta, you can take that file structure and move it exactly as is to a regular Linux stack or something. Mm-hmm. And so you're not really locked in. And also that by definition, any Docker container, you're using that container forever until you want to not use that container. You're always locked in. And also, since the beginning, I've sort of been pushing for Canasta not to be a Docker image. I would love to see a tarball for Canasta that's essentially what I described, which is what Canasta creates. Take that, tarball it, and call that Canasta for people who can't install Docker or don't want to. It ties into what I said yesterday, that everybody should be running the same versions of every extension. And if you could easily do that with Canasta, I think that benefits people.
All right, real quick, Daniel, then we have to close it.
So as much as we love writing the same version of extensions, or even of MediaWiki, sometimes some clients are able to upgrade earlier than others. Am I correct in understanding that with Canasta Wiki Farm, I can't upgrade one site to 1.43 and keep another site on 1.39?
At the moment, that is correct. You would have to keep everything in the same version. I know there are very limited niche reasons for keeping multiple wikis in this on the same farm on different versions, and I'm sure there are legitimate use cases for that. But that is a lot of extra work that we'd have to do. And so, if anyone wants to add support for that, you're welcome to do so. We don't have support for it at the moment. Yeah, thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's been a long year. Yeah.
taking that online.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, good afternoon, Greg.
There we go. I think you froze for a bit, but we can see you now.
It automates what is exactly.
Hello, testing.
Hey, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I couldn't tell.
So whenever you're ready, I think you can get started.
Excellent. Okay, so thanks for bearing with me. Welcome. My name is Greg Runlet. Most of you know me. I'm amongst friends, I think, but if you already know me, bear with me as I introduce myself to some others. I like to call myself a knowledge hacker, someone at the intersection of free knowledge and free software. Before I tell you about Mesa, let me give you a little of the backstory and how I came to be here today. I'm so thrilled to share the stage with Ward because my introduction to wikis was in 1999 using the first Perl wiki that Ward invented as the back end at a startup company called Raging Bull. In 2013, after I lost my mom to cancer and my job to outsourcing, I dared to start my own business called Equality Technology. Equality Tech, Wiki Love. So I dared to start my own company and offering free software solutions. By 2017, the business had pretty much focused on service and support of MediaWiki. And that happened because I discovered Mesa, and let me just click. And that didn't work. Yes, I discovered Mesa. Some people in the room will recognize this photo from back in 2018 at Houston, at the Enterprise MediaWiki conference in Houston, where we had a great time. And not only did I discover Mesa, but I adopted it for my own use and turned that into a product called QualityBox. I used QualityBox to service and support customer wikis, but I couldn't scale the business as a solopreneur and eventually gave up on the business in 2020 after the pandemic hit to go back to being an employee. But I was fortunate to join a multinational software company with headquarters in Cambridge, leading their adoption of MediaWiki, actually working side by side with their vendor, Wikibase Solutions in the Netherlands. So with that background, let me tell you more about Mesa. In this presentation, I'm going to talk about what Mesa is, who Mesa is for, why should I care about Mesa, what's in it for me, what's the current status of Mesa, and we'll close out with a look at what's next. So Mesa is an Ansible-driven infrastructure as code complete platform for wiki farms. That's the buzzword compliant description. And Mesa is a push-button solution to knowledge management. That's your sales and marketing description of what Mesa is. And I like this visual. The Mesa is the entire MediaWiki ecosystem in a convenient spill-proof package. It's that big planet in the middle is MediaWiki. We've already heard about other MediaWiki packages or MediaWiki Plus systems like Canasta, Blue Spice, or ProWiki or Fandom. I prefer the term distribution because these things are vendor supplied, enhanced, and purpose configured systems based on MediaWiki. I borrow that term from, I borrow the term distribution from Drupal, the Drupal project, or even the Linux project. Mesa is another distribution of MediaWiki. Technically speaking, Mesa is a bunch of YAML. It's Jinja templates, it's shell scripts, some Python code, PHP code, Markdown, and Docker files. So according to a reliable formula, using the average developer salary for 2023, Mesa is a complex and powerful software system worth approximately $2.8 million. So who's it for? There are MediaWiki consultants here. There are system administrators here responsible for their organizational wikis. There are hosters who offer MediaWiki as a service. Mesa is for you. Mesa is not for hobbyists. Mesa is not for beginners. Mesa is complex. Even if it's automated, it's complex. MediaWiki, which is just one aspect of it, is complex. I think we can all agree. I think we all tend in tech to sugarcoat things and make it, everything's 5 minutes. It's not. And running your own MediaWiki, in my personal professional opinion, running your own MediaWiki, because it's free software, is like setting up your own mail server to do email. No amount of automation is going to eliminate the underlying fact that this is a tool to basically orchestrate the entire web. If you want a wiki, but you don't do this stuff for a living, please seek professional help. And I mean that not as a joke, I mean that in the right way. Please seek professional assistance where plans range from white glove service, like Ike described, to extremely affordable and even free. So you don't have to go it alone, but you shouldn't even try. So why should I use Mesa? Because it's good for you. And it's got wholesome ingredients. It's sugar-free, caffeine-free, alcohol-free. It's fee-free. I'm looking at you, Confluence and SharePoint. But what do I mean? What do I mean it's good for me? It's if it were a food product instead of a technical one, I'd put it like this. It's all of these things. It's 0 carbs, 0 sugar, 0 calories. It's keto friendly. It's gluten free and non-GMO, tooth friendly, tummy friendly, diabetic friendly, vegan, and 0 glycemic, no erythritol. So it's not a food product. So let's take a look from a technical perspective. Mesa takes care of the full spectrum of needs, from the network to services to data to operations. And On the network side, you've got the load balancer, you've got your TLS termination, you've got your firewall setup that you need to be concerned with. On the services side, you've got web and Java and Elasticsearch and MediaWiki and other maybe sidecars and side containers like was just mentioned, Clam antivirus or something like that. On the data side, you've got your database, you've got replication, you need backups. So you've got all this data management that you need to be responsible for. And then you have to package it all together into daily operations, ongoing operations that first are founded on security, but monitoring, alerting, and continuous deployments and integration and so on. Mesa addresses these things. Really? Mesa does all that? What responsibilities does it handle? Well, again, it handles everything in this complete spectrum. You've got operating system fundamentals, Apache and its modules, a PHP and its modules, Composer dependency resolution, Python versions, Python modules, automation, backups, MediaWiki. And as everyone knows, MediaWiki involves code updates and database updates and cron jobs and maintenance scripts and configuring wikis, creating new wikis, deleting wikis, the task runner for periodic jobs, Elasticsearch and other services in the services architecture, your firewall, a distributed file system if you do have a cluster and not just a single instance. It takes care of your proxy, the web content that might be ancillary to MediaWiki itself. So image processing, security, the Lua installation, so you can do things like Scribuntu and move past or move to the future with Parsoid. Your whole cache system or caching systems, your logging, your monitoring, cluster synchronization if you have multiple servers, multiple targets, authentication, which SAML's kind of built in, and SAML itself is extremely just one aspect that's extremely complicated. And extensions. We saw in Yaren's talk about selecting quality extensions. Mesa is opinionated about, and it saves you the effort of selecting the baseline extensions that you would need to make a MediaWiki Plus. And plus. So Mesa pre-installs curated MediaWiki extensions. And in a minute, I'll tell you about how Mesa gives you extreme flexibility to add your own selections. So here's what 0 to 100 looks like with Mesa. On the left, you install, you run get mesa.sh, you do a Mesa deploy, you add your settings and selections, you do another Mesa deploy, you're done. You're operational. Here's a more linear view. You download from GitHub. Mesa is maintained on GitHub at GitHub in NASA's repository on GitHub. So just go to github.com/NASA/Mesa, download it. Then you deploy it from your laptop on the beach. I wore my nice beach-like wear. I live in Salisbury Beach, Massachusetts. So you can work from the beach. Then you create your conf repo, your configuration repo to store and track your customizations. So that's where you store your settings, and that could be a private or public repository. It's up to you. But then you continuously deploy, develop and deploy. And you can deploy to any target. It could be a local development target, which is powered by VirtualBox. It can be any tier in your cloud or on-site infrastructure. So that means that you can deploy to dev, to QA, staging, production. And like Annie DeFranco sings, I'm 32 flavors and then some. One of Mesa's strongest features is that it allows for complete overrides and selections for each wiki in the farm. So it's like, I was, I love ice cream. I love candy. That's why I got this, I have an incurable sweet tooth. That's why I have this theme, this candy theme presentation today. But it's like going to Baskin Robbins for ice cream. Everyone gets their own choice instead of the one carton of ice cream that dad likes. And with Mesa, you can have different branches in your main repo for platform versions, for modules that you install. So like, for example, I've got a branch that adds Kibana for Elasticsearch visibility. So you have multiple branches and platform versions in your Git repo, and then you've got configurations in your conf repo for each farm member, and you multiply that, and pretty soon you've got a lot of combinations. And so that is totally possible. If I use another food metaphor, Mesa has all the essential amino acids for life. It's got everything. It's got monitoring. It's got chat. It's got semantic MediaWiki and other semantic extensions. It's got short URLs or pretty URLs. There's no index.php to get in your way. You've got search powered by Elasticsearch. You've got content, default content, and templates to help get you set up right out of the box. It's an open project where the mission is to extend Wikimedia Foundation best practices and best of breed software into the organization and the enterprise. And for anyone who's a boss and trying to look at the budget at the end of the day, it's just plain efficient. It's giving you the possibility to do more with less. So let's take a look at the status. Mesa's hot out of the oven. There's release notes. I'm going to share my presentation after this talk, and there's a link right there in the release notes. But after a period of relative stagnation for the Mesa project originally developed at Johnson Space Center in Houston, the Armstrong Test Facility and Goddard Research Center facilities in Ohio hired me through affiliation with Brian Hildebrand and Yaron Koren to revive the project. So we brought the project up from a RHEL 135 version to RHEL 139 compatibility and PHP 8.1 compatibility, and adding features like pretty URLs. So that's what that looks like. And so, we added things like PHP 8.1 using the REMI repo and Elasticsearch 7.10.2 and SAML authentication, upgrading the entire authentication stack, updating Composer and Composer operations. So many new features. I know there's some people in the audience who are using Mesa and probably still on the old version because we just this is fresh out of the oven. And this is what you can look forward to. You've got now only executing SMW rebuild data on demand so that your deploys are going to go much faster. You've got pretty URLs. You can deploy over local changes if you're doing development and you just want to keep repeating and testing. You can blow stuff away and redeploy, which that is one of the, I know there was some comments in the last presentation about Ansible and being unsure what you get, but Ansible is by nature idempotent and designed to produce an end state. So I respectfully disagree that you can't have a stable system with Ansible. But we also added WebP image support. We added Composer self-update, I think I mentioned, and it's just faster. I mean, it's a ton of optimizations to make it faster. Let's see. But there's other changes as well. Mesa is not a WMF project, and we did use WMF style quality control and continuous integration techniques in the process, the kind you'd get to give Garrett a plug here. It's the kind of quality control that you get when you use Garrett for your source code hosting. And we used industry best practices in the Ansible automation world. And we performed, for example, static analysis with PHP Stan and Fan on 92 extensions. All extensions included with Mesa have been reviewed by static analysis to ensure that at least we don't have any obvious errors in the code base. And we introduced other best practices like using editor config and YAML lint and Ansible lint in the for development, just to squash bugs before they even happen. So a little bit more about continuous integration. Again, we embrace that concept, and throughout the process of updating Mesa, the original project had a few tests, both unit tests and integration tests and system level tests, but they of course were all old and out of date. So we specifically focused on updating these: the image check, the server check, the wiki check. These tests in turn are used in system level scripts like backup to remote controller. That script does a fairly good job of testing the entire system. In fact, these scripts were developed by James and Darren down in Houston to emulate the continuous integration operations of Travis CI, because that was used originally back when Travis CI was free to open source projects. So we were able to get that to run. That runs about 70 tasks, including creating a new wiki. And so a great way to test all your changes. So this slide is just meant to show you that we use tags and releases, and we use semantic versioning and Git tags in the development and release process. And so then that leaves us to the future. Mesa is ready for immediate use if you want to enjoy a push button experience for knowledge management, but there is a lot left to do. There's new features to be implemented. There's new users that I hope join the project. There's a need for updated documentation for sure, which most of that documentation today lives on MediaWiki.org, so anyone can update it. And maybe there's something that we haven't even thought of. And so that's where your input comes in handy. So these are some of the things that are in the works: live stats package, platform upgrades, Kibana for making Elasticsearch visibility and dashboards, wider OS support, QualityBox brought in Debian support, but we've kind of fell behind on that, so would love to bring that back. Auth examples using, say, OpenID. TLS automation it's already automated. Certificate generation is already automated, but I'd like to expand on that. And one thing I forgot, let's see. Maybe I can show you. Yes. So this is what the stats package currently looks like. This is a live view on my wiki. And oh, I forgot to also share. There's my motorcycle license plate. So if anyone sees me zooming through town, you know it was me. So one thing I'd like to say is that if I'm lucky, someone nudge will pay me to carry the mission forward. But my ideas about what Mesa needs are in my fork that's on GitHub as well. There's 59 issues there. Those 59 issues are some of the things that I think need to happen. The 31 closed issues dig deeper into what just happened with the 39x release. So feel free to dig into those details on GitHub. And one thing I'd like to see is for continued consolidation or collaboration between the distributions, whether those distributions are pure open source or from commercial vendors. I think that's definitely going to happen. And last, I just want to especially thank Rich Evans at NASA for giving me the opportunity to carry the ball from RHEL 135 to RHEL 139. And it was a pleasure working with you and Brian and Yaron. So that's all I have about Mesa. So I'll turn it over to questions if we have time. Let's see.
We got time. Questions? Anyone? Brian?
You mentioned some things you'd like to see done. Is there a roadmap that is visible to the public?
Yes, there is. Great question. If I go over here to, let's see, this is Get Mesa. That's the Get Mesa script, but this is my fork on GitHub, which is where I kind of ran all of the operations for the recent update. And as I mentioned, there's 59 open issues here, 31 closed issues, but these issues are not just detailed and described and tagged, but they're also organized into milestones. The milestones that I created have to deal with thematic milestones, not time-based milestones. So there's milestones in here for quality best practices. So you can see, like, here's all the things that we should do from a quality perspective. If I look at platform upgrade, here's all the things that we should do from in terms of upgrading the platform. So it's kind of, they're thematic because I think that's an easy way to look at it and to put together things that are related. But then it's kind of up to us to try to, as a community or as a sponsor, to organize these into actual projects. So for example, I grabbed or I created a project. Let's see. This is not the project. I'm in the wrong spot, but there's I guess it's in my parent folder. Nope. Free file projects. Sorry. This is like an online demo that goes wrong. I have a project. I can't navigate to it. It's somewhere in here, where it just pulls together. If you've never seen the project feature of GitHub, it just allows you to pull a whole bunch of issues into a project with a status board and a roadmap and maybe a Kanban view and stuff like that. This one's already done. This is what we did in the upgrade. So it would be a simple effort to kind of pull issues into some sort of next phase project.
Any other questions?
Yeah, so I'm a big fan of Ansible, and for one thing, it's fun to watch it work, but I also work a lot with Docker. So is there compatibility between Ansible and Mesa with containerization?
I lost audio. I'm sorry. Connection there for a minute.
Yeah, the question there was, he was a big fan of Ansible, but also works with Docker. Is there compatibility or integration between Mesa and containerization?
Yeah, so great question. Thanks for bringing that up. The Mesa project actually started off with Vagrant compatibility, VirtualBox compatibility, Docker compatibility. So like not bare metal, but cloud server compatibility, I'll call it, because you could deploy to, say, DigitalOcean or some EC2 instance that you stood up on Amazon. So Mesa does that, or did that. it's been a while, and so the code's rusty, and I'm not sure exactly what it looks like today for doing Docker image-based or container-based deploys. But that's certainly one thing that's like next up on the priority list, because I think, in my opinion, ideally Canasta wouldn't have a Go orchestrator. It would have Ansible as an orchestration, so you didn't have to write all that code. It would just be simple off the shelf, kind of grab it and go. But also the containerization of Mesa. Where's I going? It's there, and it just needs to be reviewed. I haven't personally looked at it recently, so I can't tell you what condition it's in. And the other thing is I wanted to say is just that taking it a next level higher, there are Ansible modules for Podman and Kubernetes and stuff like that. So with Ansible as your orchestration tool, you can just automate the deployments using even CNCF tooling and Kubernetes and all that stuff, which I think would take MediaWiki deployments up to the level that WMF is at. WMF is doing this now with their infrastructure.
Good to hear.
Awesome. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much, Greg.
Thank you.
So, lunch is here, a bit delayed.
There is one, oh, sorry, you left. I was gonna say there was one question on the screen.
Oh, was there?
Might be able to fly in here.
We'll send it to him.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, how do I choose between Canasta and Mesa?
No.
That's later over beers. All right, so at any rate, yes, lunch is here. I will delay you one more minute though, because we're gonna go and take a group picture out The floor is yours.
All right. Good to go. All right. Hello again, everyone. I'm Mark Stina. We're going to be talking about some difficulties introducing MediaWiki, mainly based on experiences that we had. I'm probably going to be doing most of the talking here, but Tina's up here just in case we break into an argument, which might happen. Oh yes, and a story. I'm sure some of you already know what button we're talking about. It's a story about a button. So just to give you a bit of information about us, Tina does a lot of work with MediaWiki. I do not. I'm more a hardware guy. I've done server storage, virtualization, a lot of disaster recovery, business continuity planning, that kind of stuff. Tina has been knee-deep in this stuff forever. We also have very different problem-solving styles. Yeah. So Tina and I, we have been friends since first year university. We met in the same res. She is not from around, well, neither of us are from these parts, but she's not from these parts. She's from a different part of the world. And yeah, we met, became friends, and we've been friends ever since. She has been trying to get me to play with MediaWiki for 10 years. I did not care. I'm sorry.
I don't sound as well. I have to understand.
Then, as we were talking about yesterday, we had the opportunity to set up a MediaWiki for a small local museum. Figured Raspberry Pi would be a good idea, small, and Tina thought MediaWiki would be a great idea, so she wrangled me into doing this. And as I've said to a number of you that we've talked to, she kind of dragged me kicking and screaming into the ecosystem. Then I can honestly say, and I think Tina will agree, that this was probably the hardest thing in our friendship for all 30 years. And this is not an exaggeration. We have vastly different ways of looking at it, vastly different ways of like, I'm still figuring stuff out here. But I'm happy to say the kiosk works great. The people are happy with it. They need to decide. And we have other museums that are interested in wikis now. So Tina, thank you, thought it would be a good idea we talked about this. All right, a to-do list. Yes, I want to thank everybody I've talked to and everybody who's already done a presentation for ruining my presentation, because now I know answers to a whole bunch of this stuff. Yes, right. Okay, so we had to make a small kiosk. Actually, why don't you talk about this? There you go.
Yeah. So this house, we were making a small kiosk. We want to be able to arrange the content into collections. We're not going to have network connectivity, which is making a little slightly unusual use case for Wiki. It must be small and expensive and reliable. That's a normal use case for Wiki. The museum is staffed by volunteers, many of retirees backgrounds, but with comprehensive knowledge of the stories behind the photos and artifacts in the museum. And we have talked about this already. Not about that.
We're still around, so we can still talk here. So we would have chats. We'd have little chats, and this is kind of just paraphrasing. I did not know anything about MediaWiki, and I didn't understand the Wiki way. I didn't understand any of it. So these are the kinds of conversations that we would have.
I'm actually interested to hear how other people have done differently, because this did not go as well as it should have.
Yes. So you can't argue that MediaWiki is awesome. That it's not awesome. It's not in dispute. You cannot say it's not fantastic, because it's, what is it as far as web traffic?
I don't know, like whatever, 15.
Yeah, 50 billion yesterday or something like that, some ridiculous amount. And you see them everywhere. Gaming sites, fan sites, weird, creepy fanfic sites. They've all got wikis. But the thing is, it's not a straight line to get from I know nothing about this I'm able to do something with it. And yes, walking up to someone and saying, it's like Wikipedia, that does not help. Again, the Wiki way, Teal will touch about, it's a different way of thinking. Everybody, I've had a couple of people say, what's under your name here? Well, it's my last name, because when I first signed up, I didn't realize I was allowed to edit the page. So I just put that in real quick. And then I didn't realize I was allowed to edit the page again. So that whole concept right there is very foreign to me, that I can change things. Anybody can go and change things. It's very different.
And mid-conference, change things.
Mid-conference, change things. Yeah. Something that we ran into, particularly with people that we tested with, editing can be difficult. And it's different enough from what people are used to that you can't just sit down, spend an hour, and then come back to it a month later. We'll touch on the next point, functionality that casual, like people use Word, people use LibreOffice. Sometimes they may be expecting features that aren't in MediaWiki. Configuration files, I would love to talk about that. And the documentation. Everybody has mentioned that at some point or another. It's not particularly friendly, accessible for casual or beginning users. I'm not afraid of command lines. I'm not afraid of config files. I'll grep till my eyes bleed, no problem. But the documentation is difficult. So again, this just goes to show you how much I didn't know about this. Like, oh, look, MediaWiki.org is a wiki. Blows your mind. So, you go to MediaWiki.org, you look at their installation stuff, and I see some Linux distributions also increasingly offer packages for MediaWiki. I am a huge fan of apt. I love it. So, it exists in the Raspberry Pi OS distribution. So, install it. Done. Right? Oh, well, there's a bit more to go, but it's good. I'm done. No, I'm not. I have never been a DBA. I don't know PHP. I don't know SQL. I've never installed SQL. This flummoxed me. So, of course, Tina, who knows all about this stuff, most of the wikis that she set up have been on shared hosting, who handle all the backend stuff. So while you have configured instances, you have not gone and set up SQL. So no problem, I'll just go to their page and I don't know what I'm doing. So whatever. Mark, install PHP might have been. Did that work? No, that didn't work either because I still don't know what I'm doing. This is not MediaWiki's fault. I'm just pointing that out. This is well, I would like to blame MariaDB, but really it's me. So mess around, finally get to that. Everything's perfect. There you go. SCP the file over, copy it. Look at that. It's beautiful. It's a wiki. It's a wiki. It's a wiki running a Raspberry Pi. I'm so happy. Well, let's edit a page. All I need to do is just edit stuff. It's as simple as that. Right? Whoa, wait a minute. No, it's not. My wife's a librarian, so she knows all kinds of different markups, all kinds of different cataloging languages, all kinds of, I don't even know what the hell that is. I showed her the formatting page, help formatting page. I don't know how to say this tactfully. She got angry. So one of the things that she brought up was that it says some HTML tags will work in here. I said, yeah, of course. And she goes, but which ones? I don't know, some of them. She goes, well, is there a list? I don't know. It doesn't say. She goes, well, what happens if you mix them? I don't know. She goes, well, people are gonna, what if I'm editing a 4,000 page article and there's italicized characters in there that shouldn't be in there? Where are they coming from? I said, that's not gonna happen. Well, guess what? Here's the code. Here's the output. No formatting. Open with HTML, close with HTML. That's nice and bold, just like we'd expect. Open with MediaWiki markup, close with markup. That's nice and bold. Looks great. Open with MediaWiki markup, close with HTML. That's bold. It looks perfect. Open with HTML, close it with MediaWiki markup. That's bold. That's super bold. Okay. Now I understand that the parser has to make some decisions. But what the hell?
Can I just say, I've worked on wiki text parsing for 11 years and I learned something now.
I can blame this, I don't know, where's the camera? If you're watching, I had a C instructor named Mr. Schellenberg. And Mr. Schellenberg, that's it?
You haven't brought him up yet, Mr. Schellenberg.
Mr. Schellenberg, oh yeah, shout out to Mr. Schellenberg. He, in classes, we do the exercises and then we're like, okay, get an input, get another input, add the two numbers together to show me the result. It's like, okay, I can do that. A plus B, C, print C. And then he'd come in and he'd go, well, what's caret plus exclamation point? Right? So I like doing this kind of stuff. So yeah, anyways, this, yeah, my wife is not super pleased about Super Bowl. And then this is a test with bold using MediaWiki markup. It ends the way you expect, right? End of the paragraph. Test using bold. It keeps going. Anyway, so I got frustrated and a little concerned because my wife, I love you, was getting angry. So I asked Tina, can we make this look and act more like a word processor? And she said, are you sure you want to do that? And I said, yes. And she said, there's this thing called visual editor. I said, okay, can we use it? She said, are you sure you want to do that? I said, yes. So she installed it. I saw the little interface. I thought, fantastic. Well, here's what I put into it, and here's what I'm getting out. It doesn't look the same. And then I tried, and maybe I'll put more spaces in. Here's what I put in. Here's what I get out. Why can't I? It's not. And then I'm thinking, the people that we are going to be introducing this to are going to spend 3 weeks adding more lines to try and get stuff lining up correctly. So I said to Tina, this isn't really doing what I hoped. And she said, yes, this is why I told you we should stay at the source editor. So, okay. File uploads. Museums, they have a lot of data. They have PDFs, they have Word documents, they have pictures, they have, this one in particular has a bison head. They have all kinds of things that they want uploaded and documented and browsable. This is kind of the crux of the issue. Taking someone who is not familiar with anything outside of web browsing and emailing or Microsoft Office and saying, you need to click down here, click on upload file. You need to name it something different than DSC00381157.jpg. And then you have to go back and into the document that you're editing and then put whatever you called it in there. It takes forever to get used to this process. As you get used to it, it speeds things up, but it still takes a while. For me, I'm not good at this. Tina can do pages in seconds. It still takes me minutes. My dad is still working on the first one.
But I'm also gonna say, like, not being able to just paste a screenshot of into an instruction document has been a huge obstacle for me to move the wikis further in my work environment. Like, people are refusing to use step-by-step instructions on the wiki because they can't just say, click this button, cut, zoom out does only this part, paste it into your document. They find that that's like it's a killer. They're not doing it. They refuse to use it because of it.
You're out of training.
I am now.
So, and again, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, let's say they get it down to 2 minutes, but they have a collection of 500 documents and there's only 2 volunteers. How are they gonna upload all those images? How are they gonna document all those images? So Tina is, in her typical way, was extremely helpful. Yeah, you can write a script to do that. Go ahead and figure it out. Yeah, thanks. We'll get back to that in a second. So I understand now that there are situations running in a hard drive space where you can see a wiki mangle itself very badly. How many people with a properly maintained wiki have seen a lot of data loss? Anybody? No. I looked online, complaints always rise to the surface. I didn't see it. This is a very mature, stable platform. The problem is, what happens if you've been writing something for 2 hours and then the back end craps out? Where does all that work go? It's gone. That can be something right there that will dissuade people from ever wanting to use it. Yes?
They're adding a feature right now in core to support edit recovery.
After this, I'm gonna give you a hug.
I want to say it might only work with visual editors though.
You might get a fist bump.
Usually the back forward cache would still have a save there, probably still be there. I know.
So in this, but one of the things that went wrong here is that actually this was broken by the shared hosting having some filtering against the MicroPython. They were seeing an attack and they had just disabled stuff because of that. So this is not even.
This is not a MediaWiki problem. This is a
only partly a MediaWiki problem. But I've also had people saying, "Oh, I tried to type forever and then I tried." It was all gone. I tried to save it, was all gone. So the single page getting lost, I've heard of many times. But yeah, you don't usually lose.
I will say, I think this will continue to get attention from upstream because we're doing regular failovers to our other data centers, and editing sessions that are in process when you do a failover can hit this.
Yeah.
And so I believe like that's one of the reasons that Foundation is investing in making this work. Yeah, right. So
I just want to say it's for wiki text, that source editing, not
source editing.
Visual editor. Visual editor already has its own edit recovery.
And yeah,
they're adding it for source editing.
Okay, awesome. Yes, so that was a whole argument right there. So Tina, again, being very helpful, said, I don't know why you're complaining, there's extensions for all this stuff. Of course, she says this while I'm at the museum in the bottom of a concrete steel building in the basement with no network connection at all. How am I supposed to install an extension? Anyways. And it's difficult to convince people that what you are trying to convince them, to use is better than the WordPerfect 5.1 that they had in '94. That could do autosaves, I think. But if that's coming, that's fantastic. And let me tell you about this button. So everybody knows what this button is, right? Some of us know what this button is. It's installed by the distribution for Raspberry Pi. We talked about, probably running out of time, we talked about why we wanted to remove those yesterday. So finding the Powered by MediaWiki button is easy to find. So Tina knows where a lot of this stuff is. I don't. So I'm just going to look around. I'm going to look for it. Make config schema, set up dynamic config. I figured out how to remove it, but I figured that probably wasn't the right way because schema tells me always use local settings.php. Okay, I see a thumbs up. I see 2 thumbs up. Thank you. So, add the unset wing footer icon slide. Gone. Nope. Just our MediaWiki. So, let's go and see if we can find powered by Deb in there somewhere. And we found the icons, and we found platform settings.php, which makes perfect sense, except never edit this file. Okay. Edit local settings.php. Well, we tried that and it didn't work. So see default settings.php. No problem. Where's default settings.php? This is a deprecated stub file. Deprecated section 1.39. So if we'd done this a year ago, we would have been fine. This was like 2 in the morning the night before we were going to deliver this. So
That's not MediaWiki's fault.
That's not MediaWiki's fault. No. So let's take a look at main config schema.php. It's 370 kilobytes. That's a large file. And it doesn't even have Debian in it. So, you know what? Forget it. I know it's going to be overwritten. I know. I don't care. And who's Garrett?
A Dutch artist.
But yeah, I know it's overwritten when it's upgraded, but it's an offline museum. Chances are it's not going to be upgraded, and if it's upgraded, either us will remember, we'll remember, or somebody else will worry about it. But the icons are gone. So there was no documentation for it except for a reference on Garrett and a reference in an RFC, both of which had been resolved, neither of which had any further information. So Tina started a page and asked some questions in it, and there was no further information as of 2 days ago.
Yeah, I started the page like a month and a half ago. I actually talked to the person, I sent a message to the talk page of the person who did the RFC, and just nothing ever came back. So there's a stub file for it on MediaWiki.org, but there's no documentation.
So this is kind of the crux of the problem here. There's no information for it. Yes, it's a distribution thing, and I know there's debates over whose responsibility is, but it's a bad thing pointing to an empty thing, pointing to a deprecated thing, pointing to a, there's nothing. So installation, easy, no problem, except for, the SQL thing, but that was my fault. This is a point that Tina brought up because this is something that she runs into with some of the wikis that she runs. It's difficult to keep people engaged, to keep the wikis fresh. And eventually they get stale to the point where it's more of a pain to keep using them, and they just get thrown out or left to die slowly. And yeah, so I'm not here just to complain. I have learned a whole bunch in the last 2 days. This has been amazing. I do like MediaWiki, I really do. But it takes a bit to get used to. It takes a bit to get into the mindset. And Tina has run into this, not just with me, but with some of the people that she works with and with me. But also, I've run into it with people that I've tested it with. Documentation, everybody's talked about it. That's kind of the kicker here. And how can people help? I had a discussion at lunch over how do I get in touch with the Wikimedia, or with the Wikimedia people? How do you bring something forward? If you don't know how do you do it? And then, I wish somebody told me about this 6 months ago, but nobody did.
I didn't. That's my fault.
And yes, so any questions, or feel free to, throw things at Tina.
Now that you've gone through all this and solved it once.
Yeah.
If any of your old notes to look through, just like what's online publicly, how much faster do you think it would be installing it a second time?
About, from bare metal, about half an hour.
As opposed
Now,
to.
keep in
half an
mind,
hour
he's
faster,
probably
or it would
installed
be half
this
an hour?
obsessively 10 times at least since then. Like, he's
Yes.
done a single, and then this is the second time.
Yeah,
Sorry, you say it's half an hour faster?
no,
Or-
half an hour. Straight.
Okay. So, that's good.
Yes.
So you mentioned that you didn't know how to reach out to foundation
Yes.
or stakeholders. Do you know now or still?
We have an idea. I heard of something called Fabricator. So, yes, I think I have a better-
necessarily suggest that is actually the correct answer, though.
But it's an answer,
So
which I didn't have
it
any.
depends on what you want. Fabricators, if you have, like, there's a bug or something you want changed, and like, there's no argument that it's like a bug or like Fabricator's not for questions, it's for like, this is clearly wrong, someone needs to change it, put a request in there, then it goes there to
If you have, you know, you have to be honest, really. Not gonna sugarcoat it, lots of questions. But like, if you have like concerns that are more of a question nature, Fabricator's not the right place.
Okay.
Better places like Project Support Desk on MediaWiki.org or Discord or IRC or whatever chat platform.
The element chat.
Okay.
Element also is, I mean, it doesn't matter. There's different groups of people on each one.
Right.
All of them have at least someone who knows something.
That's, okay.
I think my follow-up question, sorry. What I'm curious is the onboard process. It was like painful, and not knowing where to find help is, I think, a concern for us. So, yeah, I just want to. So you knew about Fabricator and how you reached that, because you had someone to tell you where you could go, or you just were skimming through the documentation video.
No, I just heard about Fabricator at lunch today.
All right.
So.
So
But
you
again,
didn't
partly
learn
this was-
before. You had to come to conference.
Yeah. And this is partly though because he would have probably done different troubleshooting if I wasn't there to give him partial and sometimes wrong answers. Right, so sometimes having someone helping you out who knows some, but not all, is worse than having to go and Google it, whatever.
So if you would do it all over again.
Yep.
Would you consider using Canasta?
There's another slide that should go on here where afterwards he was saying, I don't understand why you spent so much time working on this. Look at Docker, look at Blue Spice. And
No, Docker we discussed.
Yep.
And this is that I looked on the presentation, I'm like, I think Canasta resolves this. Yep. For the Debian one, I think that's particularly egregious, because I agree that is ridiculous, that they force you against your will to have it, and they tell you to not edit this file, and you're like, fuck this, I'm editing this file. That's what you do. But I checked on Canasta, if you want to, we add a Powered by Canasta icon at the bottom, but it says right here, if you would like to remove this Canasta link from Wiki, simply delete this file.
Yep, that's fine. I just reached out to the maintainer of the Debian package, so they know about it now.
But the solution is go to the MW comment.
Yeah.
Just switch to Canasta, you won't have to deal with it.
you know, it is very true. It is appealing.
Another solution would have been the reason why it was the icon was showing up even after you deleted it from your local settings is because it was being set in a callback that was run after your settings were run.
Good.
So if you had wrapped your like unset command in an extension function,
Okay. Yes.
Two comments from the live stream. One, Bernhard says you will love Fabricator with the laughing crying. And the other one, Megan says MediaWiki, MediaWicker with the heart. MediaWicker is if I recall correctly from previous conversations with Megan, it is a plugin for the Sublime text editor. And so what she does is using that plugin, you can edit the files that contain the content for your wiki pages on your host. And then when you save the file, it uploads it to the wiki. So that would help with your problem of
Nice.
losing. So she uses
Thank you.
MediaWicker a lot. So,
All right.
We're done, so.
Anyways, thanks. Yes.
all right. I think you have to go like search.
I can jump, it's like the hurdles.
Jump, okay. There you go. Didn't want to get.
I would say
That's the last slide, so. They're almost lost.
There, I need to do a screen share first because I can't tab out before after. So share.
But you're right.
Oops. Master camera.
All right. This was a talk that James, who's organizing the conference, was like, you should do it so I can organize the conference. So that's what I'm doing. I am Brett Labs. I'm the chair of the board for the WikiTide Foundation, and we are a 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to hosting wikis for general purposes, not necessarily the specific encyclopedic purposes that Wikimedia has, which are very good, but there's room for other things too. So I didn't know other people were going to say really define much better what a wiki farm was, but you know, we provide wiki software as a service basically, and you find out that, you know, just the general advice that some SaaS things you can automate really well. We still need more tooling, but of course you're still supporting a lot of different clients, and you can't automate that kind of support, which is definitely something that we do as a volunteer service. Is a challenge for us. And as I said, we're trying to replace Wikipedia, but to help people develop information on all sorts of topics. Yeah, this would probably help. So you might have heard of Mirrorhees before, at least the people in this room. It's not super great, but we are probably the #1 alternative to fandom right now. And as a free hosting provider, there are a lot of paid hosting providers, but you know, some projects really don't belong with that. Right now, we are an educational nonprofit. Just happened last year, finally, and we're hosting over 6,000 wikis right now, and that's about on a $5,000 a year budget. So we're doing pretty good on that. This is a website if you haven't been to it, but we host a lot of different things, and we're just a platform provider. It was originally created as a separate wiki farm last year, but we merged back together with Mirrorhees. And just last Monday, we finally shut down our legacy infrastructure and are entirely on something new here. Everything's back together. So an important point of this is we are run by the community. Everyone here is a volunteer, and something we'd like to change in the future, but for now, everyone is a volunteer. There's a lot of input on community policies, and we are organized as like, a baby WMF. So we have RFCs, we have, a technical division, we have all these things. And this also means that we should make the same mistakes as the WMF too. And also there's sort of an impedance mismatch, but we really want to be driven by our users as well. And we don't sponsor particular projects. As I said, we provide a platform to other people who are trying to host their own communities. And so some of these are, who we're supporting is educational institutions like universities. We host a couple of Wikimedia local for Indonesia. It's been several years. And this is the Catalan one. We have a cyber law wiki hosted by a NATO institute. So that's my favorite of all of them. And but in reality, these are smaller wikis whose really using the service the most? Well, it's the same kind of things that you see on Fandom and wikis.gg, but we have certain things that make our service a little bit better. I'd say that Minecraft Japan is probably our #1 user at this point. It used to be All the Tropes, which was my wiki a long time ago, but I have since let other people focus on that so I can focus more on foundation stuff. So, you have games, you have, interest groups, we have whatever the heck the Poland ball people do. So all sorts of things, and a lot of creativity that goes into this. We don't accept every wiki in the world. You can't just go there and create. There is a review process that you have to go through. We wanted to, everything because of law, we need to support an educational goal. There has to be some theory that it's educational in some way or another. So, we love to have your categorizing your scientific experiments, but, talking about your video games is still a form of literary criticism. It's something that, a university could do. You could write a book report on it. And so there is something educational about that, or your cooking recipes, or anything like that. And, we let communities pretty much moderate themselves. No commercial activity is allowed. If you're doing commercial, you probably don't want to use this. You want to use someone that you support. And there's lots of people in the room who offer it. And, no forks to WMF wikis because, generally they end up lower quality if somebody tries to invent another Wikipedia. It just doesn't work quite the same way. So right now, our technical resources, we just have 4 dedicated servers. We've done just about every wrong thing that you could do in server design. You got VPSs on cheap things. We bought our own equipment, for a while in England, and then the energy cost increased so much that we didn't have any maintenance budget. But we're pretty solid right now as virtualized servers, host servers, GetCast proxies around the world, and doing backups. Our technical stack is, we try to do everything that Wikimedia Foundation does. So, Cryos, Kafka, Rio, we've got Matomo going there. We just installed Service Search for everyone. So we're doing, a lot of the things, and we're also doing Central Auth, which everyone has told us don't do it, but we've been doing it for years, and they were probably right, but we're still using it. We're designed around that. I really want this too. Work on it, people. We're pretty much entirely at this point supported by donations, which is, feels good for the community, but it's also a limit on where we're going. And now that we're a legal nonprofit, we have much more opportunities to pursue grants in the future. But right now, everyone is a volunteer. We get, engineers that are putting in, 20 hours a week for free. And it's just really incredible how people can come together and how passionate people are about their wikis. We have, assuming we're the most stable that we've ever been, we have enough to cover our expenses for a year, plus enough to cover it in our recurring donations that are set up. So, after all the concerns of the past, we're at a very stable point now. And one of the things, other features is that there are a lot of things that you can do on Mirahis that you cannot do on Fandom, which is our biggest competitor, which, I'm not sure if it's fair to even call us a competitor to them because they're so much bigger, but there's really not a lot of options on the free wiki space these days. So what you can do is you can choose your own skin. You can actually set up multiple skins if you want. We let people full access to interface. We support over 300 extensions. Support's kind of a fuzzy word in this thing, but they're installed and hopefully they're working. And we do keep, to every release we try and install it. So, hopefully things work ahead. And traditionally, because of this, we've been a platform for tech-savvy users. We get users who know how to use a wiki already. They're looking for something better than what they had before. And, they might even write their own extensions that we can install for them after a security review. But as we're getting bigger and wider, we're starting to get more people who don't understand things, and that's another challenge for us moving forward, but that's also a good sign of growth. So what's extensions? We actually, MediaWiki, Cargo, Wikibase, DPL3, portable infobox so people can come over from fandom and use their infoboxes without changing things. And some of our internal intentions, like ManageWiki. So this is something that we came up with, actually, several years of development that lets people just go, these are the extensions that we have already approved, and if they want to install it on their wiki, all they do is they come in here and click a button, and Puppet will run, and a few minutes later it'll be enabled on that wiki. And so there are things in there where you can specify configuration values that you would be able to do in local settings, but this is all online, so we're doing extra validation steps to make sure that they don't screw up things too badly. There are occasionally things where you'll have to put in a GitHub pull request to get the but that's or ask people for support. But again, everyone's a volunteer, so you don't know how long that support will take. And does rely on a Create Wiki. Here's some other screens from it, just so you have a taste. And they told me no live demos here, so. You can assign permissions to Wiki, so you can create custom roles and everything. This is also a foot gun because we've had bureaucrats delete all their permissions to grant privileges. So every once in a while we have to go in and reset things. So obviously more work to be done, but it's really powerful, and we have interfaces where you can just choose all these items. So if you want to find a variable real fast, you just go and type scary up there, and you can go enable scary transclusion. It's just, it's beautiful. Yeah, but we really do offer full access. That's what I mean. It's not, so it's as close as you can get to running it yourself without having to worry about all the expenses and setting up servers and everything. So we are a Wiki software company and software nonprofit. We developed Create Wiki. Unlike Shop Wiki, our version works. ManageWiki will show you, something to find all the wikis in the farm, data dumps so that people can create their own dumps without having to export PHP. And then we also have picked up a few extensions that we've been running before from the wider community, because people were using it and then it goes unmaintained for a while, and then we're like, well, I guess we'll maintain it so that it will run on the current version. But hic sic dracones, there are dragons here because we didn't write them. I've gotten complaints from some coworkers about how they were bad quality, and yeah, that's kind of true. We're just adopting them so that they're still available. So at this point, we do a lot of stuff for it. I think we're a big provider to a lot of the community, but we want to announce that from now on, Mirrorhaze is going to rebrand itself as WikiTide. And there's a lot of reasons behind this. So naming is hard, right? And how do people pronounce? Is it Mirrorhaze, Mirrorhaze, something like that, right? And this becomes a communication problem with people. And everyone that I actually talk to in person about it, they're going like, well, you get hung up on the pronunciation of what the word is rather than talking about what the great work you're doing is. And so, because we've made so many strides recently in technical stability, in organizing ourselves, and organizing as a nonprofit, this is the best time that we have. This is a good time to say, hey, we're WikiTide. We're putting Wiki at the center of our mission. Where Wikia has taken the word Wiki out and become fandom, we are making it the center of what we do. And so, part of this ideal is because we're a Wiki host, we don't want our domain name to overcome the subdomains. So you want something memorable, but not so memorable that that it overcomes everything else. So, you know, now we're past the early startup phase. You're moving forward. So, but you're going, I just kind of wanted to talk, how do we even get here? You know, how do we get to this point where we're renaming? So this is a brief history of Wiki Farms, mainly from my perspective. So I'm sure I'm missing a lot of stuff. I was not involved in everything, but so the early days, there was this thing called the Portland Pattern Repository. I'm sure some of you have heard of it. But there were a lot of different wiki engines in there available. And I was involved in one that was a Moin fork called LocalWiki. And there was actually originally called WikiSpot of all things. And we were a wiki farm that concentrated on physical communities. So like, you know, there would be one for Portland, there would be one for my college city of Davis, which is how I got into wikis in the first place. And I had actually gotten 501c3 status for them. And so, but meanwhile, in the MediaWiki community, there's still been, it was getting a lot of steam because Wikipedia got pretty good. And Wikipedia is a big project and has a lot of support behind it, but it is customized for the needs of Wikipedia. I mean, you know, face it, you know, we do a lot of work, but that's what drives projects. But it's made it, it's gotten so ostensible, it's gotten pretty good. So at the same time, you know, I don't know how many people remember WikiCities. I assume it's a ripoff of GeoCities in some sense, but that's what Wikia originally was called. And I talked about some of this already, but you know, essentially we've kind of become WordPress for our thing. We're extensible, MediaWiki does all this, and you know all this. So, but the problem is with Wikia is that it's, while they are really good, their scale is good, their SEO is really good, that there is advertising everywhere. And, you know, like if 60 to 70% of your page is advertising, people start to lose interest in using your platform. And, you know, don't go there without ad block is my advice. I'm sure that's not their advice, but. So there's only limited customization that they allow. Their content policy is a feedback loop with the advertisers, and the community, there really is no community ownership there. And so, you know, for a while there, the only way you could avoid it was to do self-hosting, or you hire someone else to build your wiki. So there's been a need for nonprofit wiki farms for a while. These are really old logos. Tropical Wikis was in 2010. I guess there was a Cool Wikis before that. I just heard at the conference here. But
no, I just made that up.
Oh, you made that up? Oh, okay, cool. So just ignore what I just said. Tropical Wikis is like the first one run by somebody who didn't really want to do it after a while, and it shut down because he was waiting for Orion to open. So they lost their content. Orion opened later that year, and but all the tooling wasn't there to support Wiki Farms. So then our founder ran off with the money, and shut down. So, but the good news is that our sysadmins were able to exfiltrate pretty much all of the backups and put it on a new service that they call MiraHese. And if you don't know what that is from, it's from two WMF servers that were named after stars, Mira and Heze, which is like Zeta Virginis. Anyway, so that's what the name is. They thought, oh, this is a good, unique name that no one will sue us over trademark infringement for, and that is definitely true. All right, so this is where I have been involved a little bit more because I've been hosted on Orion. And basically, we're going on okay for a few months, and then there was the incident. And the incident was that one of our founders, John Lewis, was office banned by the WMF. And apparently he had a heart attack soon after. So, I mean, you know, the power of the WMF is awesome, let me just tell you. And so it's a stressful thing if you identify with MediaWiki. And so for a while, we couldn't contact him. And, you know, we're going, is this going to go down too? And since I was probably the largest, you know, stakeholder Wiki, I'm like, oh yeah. And so our other person, South Park fan, has, you know, like obviously, it sounds like a 13-year-old's screen name because it was a 13-year-old. So one of our head admins was a 13-year-old. He's actually really good, but he couldn't legally own any of this stuff and make the contracts. So I took over basically a CFO role where I'm managing the community's finances, and where the community is still making its decisions. You know, I'm just sort of going. So it's nonprofit in that I'm legally owner of all the property now. John eventually did come back and contribute more, but then he left again. And anyway, so it's nonprofit, but mainly in that I'm losing money on it. You know, this is partially my fault. I'm going to confess that I should have made a nonprofit because I'd gone through it before. It was somewhat hard before. And with the new EZ form, it's so much easier to make a nonprofit if you're looking at a small start, which is almost everyone. So, you know, if that's something that you want to do, definitely consider you can make a nonprofit on your own these days. So, but I was too lazy to figure this out. And then basically Owen said, you know, I'm going to make an LLC in England. It'll be a nonprofit charity there. And I went, sure, this is great. Go ahead. And he made this new nonprofit, Mary's Limited. But the problem is they never got public charity status in England. It's a little bit more difficult over there. So they weren't able to make that argument. And I was just kind of like, I'm going to let the new people take charge. I'm kind of burn out here and let, you know, not get in their way. This is a timeline. Wiki.gg was founded a couple of years later. So you can see people are still trying to leave fandom and fund their own things. This crazy logo one of our people made on April Fool's Day. So none of it. So then you might have heard about a fork. So we're stable, but suddenly there was this new thing that came around called WikiTide. And basically, it's like all these technical things fall apart. Is there's problems between contributors that get out of hand, and they weren't able to work it out. Like a steward got an interaction ban from trust and safety, and then it got violated. And a lot of the technical staff left because they're all volunteers. There's nothing holding it together at this point. So the technical staff started their own wiki farm, and basically no one backed down. So then the remaining people in Mary's Limited announced they were shutting down. And, you know, for me, who had been out of the project, I'm like, come on, guys, what? And then the rest of the people in this room are like, let's make some money. Now, I'm pretty sure you found out pretty fast there's no money in this. None of you made any money picking up the people that left, and because these are people that don't necessarily have money to spend or are not looking for the kind of full service that you want to provide. They just want somewhere they can put their stuff online, and they don't care how many nines they have. I mean, we have about 1, sometimes 2 nines. Our technical info is pretty falling apart at the end. We bought there were some bad decisions. Anyway, so basically I was like, okay, I gotta save this thing again. So I stepped in, I had to make an announcement fast. And that's probably the hardest single piece of writing that I've ever written in my life. Because you have to pitch it to say, we're strong, we're confident, even though I don't necessarily know exactly what I'm doing. I just know that I've gathered a couple volunteers and we're gonna save it somehow. But we knew that because of past experience that the old people in Mary's Limited were going to drag their feet. And we didn't know exactly when they were gonna get around to it, but a few months later, you know, towards November, December, they're like, well, the community really has to approve moving over to you and not shutting down. And they're like, okay, fine. So we'll write this. I basically was like joking on Discord, we might as well just like have an RFC to merge with WikiTide. And then, you know, like the next day they're like, yeah, put that in the RFC, guys. We'll definitely take you back. So here I am. The only thing needed for reconciliation was someone to make a joke, apparently. Sometimes, so there's a life lesson, make the first step. We need to reconcile. So I wrote an RFC, we had a ton of discussion about it. It was about the 60 to 70% in favor of merging into WikiTide, who had since gotten their nonprofit status, which is a big upgrade for us. So now that we can do things nonprofit, and they invited me to join their board, and I am the chair of the board. So now we're pretty stable, you know, and so WikiTide, we kind of like that as a new identity, but doesn't mean there's still not stuff to do. So, you know, this is from my background in academia. I'm like, oh, what are the challenges for the future, right? You know, we always need more funding. So, you know, we're growing. We're going from small to medium size, and we're getting more non-technical users, as I mentioned. So we're going to need more tooling around that and more people to help them. And ultimately, what we really need is grants. Because as I said before, there's no money in doing this directly. Our donations, we could do more, but we're not going to grow from 5,000 a year in donations up to enough to pay a salary. And that's what we need to get to. So we're interested in looking at grants. I don't think we're eligible for any WMF grants. They seem to be targeted not towards development at all. And I think there's political reasons behind that, but you know, so it goes. So, you know, that's a challenge that we're going to need to work on. Also, same thing, more rules and documentation. We also have a fairly young user base, people who hang out on wikis who are not doing it for work or document important things, are people with a lot of free time. And it's just a continual challenge as we grow to handle that. I'm sure fandom has the same challenges in moderation. But the other thing is that because we don't have a central project like Wikimedia, you know, there's no Wikipedia, and so it's sometimes hard to notice people who could be volunteers because they might be off somewhere just running their wiki really effectively. And this is kind of how I feel about it. So J.R.R. Tolkien had a word that he'd used to describe some of the events like the eagles showing up at the end. With eucatastrophe is sometimes things fall together. Sometimes things, when they're in their darkest hour, turn out for the best. And I really feel like, you know, Providence or whatever has saved us at this point. We somehow managed to fail in such a way that we are stable now. And we have a large board. And we have a lot of technical volunteers. And we're a 501c3 nonprofit. And, you know, everything is good and we're hosting and we're growing. So, you know, I'm really happy with where we are now. You know, we're at a point where we're not being sold for profit, and we hopefully can provide more service for everyone and host, you know, we already got 6,000, maybe, you know, next 10,000, 20,000 wikis. So, basically, you know, the people who wanted a foundation running dedicated to software, well, we're kind of it, you know, we are a platform. We concentrate on running Wikimedia software. Might be a decade late, but we're here finally. Thanks to my sponsor. So remember I said we don't make any money? Ike has graciously, you know, provided for my hosting here. And if you actually want, you know, someone to enterprise support or anybody who is answerable to creating your wiki, yeah, go to WikiTech. They're good. So, you know, that's it. We're a foundation for your community projects. Thank you.
So I heard there was something like called WikiForge.
Yeah.
Is that still around?
Yeah, it is. I don't want to mention them because of my sponsor, and they're technically a competitor.
It's okay.
But, okay. So what happened there was, originally there was an RFC, because that's how we do things in that community. Like, hey, can we have a for-profit branch of our community because, people wanted to like make some money and do some things that we're not able to do. Like we can't do SSO, we're running central auth. We can't do a lot of things, and they're going, well, maybe we can sell supported wikis and give some of the proceeds back into the farm. And so that was approved on Mirahese, but not necessarily by the board. And then they basically went off and did their own thing. And actually, if you look at my bonus slide here, as they basically did a lot of things, they did a lot of experiments in WikiForge. So WikiForge is basically the same people as some of the same technical people. Half the board works on WikiForge. James and I are the people who don't, the people here. But yeah, they offer some dedicated hosting of wikis, and you can do some custom things there. We're not actually affiliated. It's just a lot of the same people. I think their original intention was that we would be, like if people wanted more, they could pay for it. But like it's one of those things like currently they're making money, but only because they're not paying themselves, which is not really the best business model.
That's okay. I did it for quite a few years.
Yeah.
So that's fine.
I mean, there's a lot of people who are passionate about wikis enough, and that says a whole lot about our community.
Thank you.
All right, we should move along. I just wanted to tell you that on the live stream, there are 3 comments that can be best described as being fans of yours.
Yay!
So, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so we are going to move on to this is Megan's presentation. Megan's presentation will be a video that we'll watch, but then she is going to be online to answer questions there.
I need to. This. Okay, for people on the live stream, there's a couple technical difficulties. It's going to be reconnected real fast, and we'll get the video over to you shortly. Okay.
Hello, it's March 21st. I am pre-recording my MWCon 2024 presentation. Today I'm going to be talking about Druid infoboxes. Druid standing for Data Representation Ultra Infobox Design, but pretty much being the word Druid. This is a Lua module plus CSS and JavaScript associated files. So it's a little package that you can install on your wiki as an alternative to the portable infobox extension or some other infobox framework that you may be using on your wiki. And the goal is to make it easy for wiki administrators who aren't necessarily developers to write their own infobox templates in a relatively straightforward way with a lot of functionality built in, and also in a way that it's very extensible for admins who do know how to code and do feel comfortable editing code. So this is something that's built for primarily wiki farms that have wiki editing open to the public, such as WikiGG or Mirahese or any other wiki farm where you have a bunch of admins who don't have a lot of development experience writing their own code, wanting to design things, wanting to customize them, wanting to give users very unique experiences that are tailored to the information for their specific topic wiki. So you can see an example of a Druid infobox here. This is an imaginary info box for an imaginary video game where you have creatures in the game. One of them is a dragon, and this is the example I'll be using throughout this entire talk, is this very beautiful image of a dragon that is absolutely not even close to an image of a flower, and I don't know why anyone would possibly think that. So expect to see lots of this gorgeous picture of a dragon. But you can tell from the code here that there aren't that many symbols. This is the infobox definition. You might be used to seeing infobox definitions that are, 50 to 100 lines of code, and most of them are if statements that are wrapping table rows to conditionally display them. And you have a bunch of pipe characters that are escaped with the exclamation point magic word, and infobox templates can be pretty complicated, but this one is mostly English words. So the root of the infobox is the sections parameter, and then you can index into each of the sections by providing a list of data fields that go inside of the sections. So we have a general info section, a stats section, and a special section. And then general info is going to have the fields region and element, and stats is going to have attack, HP, armor, and attack speed. And then we have this special format for attack speed where if the attack speed is specified by the user on the page dragon where we're calling this infobox template, then we're going to add a % sign after that. And you'll notice that this is all happening inside of a Lua invoke. So the attack speed here is going to be the frame.args attack speed, and the attack speed sent by the user will be the frame get parent.args.attack speed. So I'll talk a little bit more about that in a little bit later. So we also have a collapsible section here. So the special section has collapsible and collapsed assigned to it. So on the left side of the info box, we have the default view with the plus sign. And then on the right side, we have the expanded view if the user clicks special. So how is this set up? I'll talk about the code in a little bit, but if you wanted to add this to your own wiki, there's a couple dependencies. Extension variables and extension open graph meta are both used in the Lua module to provide a couple pieces of functionality that aren't necessarily required. It's not actually required for every infobox to have an ID, and if you do have an ID on the infobox, you want it to be unique. So what I've done is I've used the variables extension to have a global index that increments, and then each infobox is indexed by that global ID. And I also have one line of code that sets the main image if you have Open Graph Meta installed. If you don't want to use Open Graph Meta, you can delete that too. I do recommend having page forms installed for the parser function array map. And I also forked parser power and put array map and array map template into that. So if you want to not have all of page forms, but you want array map or array map template, you can use that too. And you'll be a little bit sad without parser functions. Again, if we look over here, there are times that you want to use if because you want to add additional formatting to whatever the user is specifying. So, I mean, you're going to be sad on any wiki without parser functions. The installation, you can copy paste the code from these pages. Documentation is on the WikiGG support wiki, and you can import the CSS and JavaScript either into gadgets or into your common CSS and JS. So why did I do this? Infoboxes are really complicated. So like I said, generally when you look at an info box, you're looking at like dozens and dozens of lines of code to do very little, but when I say very little, I mean doing a lot of complicated stuff with what should hopefully be just a little bit of data. Because when we specify an info box, we have a table, we have some rows, we have some field values, but we have to make all of it conditional. If there's no value for health points, then we don't want to display the health points row. If there's no value for any of the statistics, we don't want to display the statistics section. And this gets into a lot of needing to have nested if statements. And because we're inside of a table when we do this, we need to either be escaping all of our table syntax or we need to use actual HTML tables. These are not things that wiki editors who are relatively new to being wiki editors necessarily want to deal with. There's also the need to format user-provided content so that you can put raw values into Cargo or Semantic MediaWiki, assuming that you're using one of those extensions. And info boxes are very high visibility. When you look at a wiki page, what's the first thing you see? You see the info box, which means that wiki admins are going to have strict requirements about how they want their info box to look, the user experience that they want to be providing to their users, the design should be tailored to the subject of the wiki. And all of these things are things that brand new wiki admins need to be doing because the info box is one of the first things that you set up when you're setting up a new wiki. So we want info boxes to be easy to define so that admins are able to get started creating info boxes, creating pages that have info boxes very early on in the process of making their wiki. But then we also want the info boxes to be easy to edit by the average editor who's not necessarily an admin. And then we need them to be easy to read for users who come to the site. So there's kind of 4 groups of people. One of them is the author of the infobox framework. So in this case, me. One of them is the wiki admins who are setting up the wiki. And they'll be creating the infobox template at template infobox creature, template item infobox, or however you want to name it. One of the groups of people are editors who then use that template. And then the last group of people are visitors who aren't editing the wiki at all. And you want to put as much of the complexity onto the shoulders of the infobox framework author so that it's possible for admins to easily define infoboxes that are easy to use by the other 2 groups. So one attempt to do this is the portable infoboxes extension, and you can see here a definition of a very small infobox. There's kind of a lot of code here. We can hopefully do better than this. So portable infoboxes have a couple pros. One of them is that it comes with the Infobox Builder visual editor. It's not VE, but it's a visual editor for creating info boxes. And that would be great if it actually had full support of everything that PI does. But Infobox Builder support is a little bit limited. As soon as you want to do anything that's remotely complicated, you have to interact directly with the XML. Conditional display for sections is handled for you. So if you want to display stats only if anything in stats is actually showing up, that will be handled for you. You don't need to be writing if statements. Like there's no if statements here. It's just XML. But when I say it's just XML, I mean XML is still pretty complicated for the average wiki admin who hasn't written code before. They're very verbose. It's not easily extensible because it's an entire extension. And if you want to edit it, you're going to be editing PHP and making a PR to some repo and then hoping that it gets merged, as opposed to just having a Lua module that you can do anything that you want because you own the Lua code that's on your wiki. One other pro of it is that it does compile to better semantic HTML than we can do without extending the list of HTML elements that MediaWiki supports, but I still don't like PIs. So what we really want instead is that we want some syntax that's not XML. We want something that feels like normal wiki text editing. You're using template syntax, you're using parameters, you're using things that are going to be consistent with the other kind of template editing that you need to do on your wiki. And we want it to be based in Lua so that anyone can extend it with a cursory knowledge of Lua. If they want to change a couple small things, they can change it. If they want to change a big thing, they can hopefully get help to change it. And that said, we don't want these to be Lua-based info boxes. We want this to be a Lua framework for creating wiki text info boxes. So the admins who are creating info boxes, assuming that they don't need to add any functionality that's not currently provided, they should be able to do everything in wiki text without requiring any Lua knowledge at all. And that was a really funny pun. So you might say that this is just another standard because a lot of wikis already have something like this, and we could just use PIs. Yeah, it's kind of just another standard, but I think it's a good one, so I made it. So why and how did I make Druid? On Wikipedia, I had something that worked a little bit like this. They were entirely Lua-based info box definitions, but you can see here that I have most of an info box specified in something that looks a lot like JSON data. It's not necessarily how I would format it if I were to redo this. Having the sections and the contents be separate objects like this. Looking back, I don't love it. I was considering editing it to how I would actually do it were I to re-implement this today and just showing you something that is not how I actually did it, but I decided to show you what is actually live on Wikipedia, and this is how I did it at the time. So we want to take this structured data that we can easily define in Lua, and then we want to turn it into something that we can flatten into wiki text. So here's how a champion info box looks, and when the user actually uses it, and we want to make this happen, but put this data into wiki text instead of Lua. And here's another template that also actually exists on Wikipedia, and this is the data to show header tabs on the tops of pages. So this is a visual element that will be at the top of every single page that is linked to from it. So it looks like a static visual element that is above all of the wiki text, and it focuses the tabs for whatever pages you're looking at right now. So we have the events at the top, and the events is how you index into the entire tree of data. And then the events here is going to be analogous to our sections list in the info box later on. And then we have these slashes for subpages. And so we have the data for split one, and then we have the data for split one / picks and bans. And that sort of looks like flattening out the entire path that you would need in order to pull data from a JSON. So if you imagine that slash is a dot instead, this looks somewhat like structured data that we could be getting from a JSON that represents these tabs. But it's done entirely in a wiki text template, and we want to define something like this for our info boxes. So here's a minimal example. This is not any kind of implementation of the InfoBox framework, but this is kind of our wish list for what we really, really want wiki admins to be able to define, and then how we want wiki editors to be able to use that definition afterwards. So at the top, we have this InfoBox creature template. And really what we want to say is that there's two sections, general info and stats. In the general info section, there's a region and an element. In the stats section, there's attack, HP, and armor. And then we have an image at the top. And that's pretty much everything that is written on this page. And that is how you would actually define it. You might want to wrap the file inside of an if statement so that if there's no image, you either instead show some default image, or maybe you don't show an image at all. So maybe you want to add an if statement there or something. And again, maybe you want to be formatting something where like the attack is like plus 50 instead of 50. So there might be a little bit more formatting, but more or less, this is a reasonable info box that could be deployed in production somewhere. And the question is, can we make this happen with some info box framework? Can we give this user experience to wiki admins and wiki editors? And if you just want to compare to portable info boxes really quickly to see the disparity in how terse our version is and our wish list version, there's a lot more code here. And I only put a single section here because if I had tried to do two sections, it wouldn't fit vertically on my slide. And like I said, we want to support custom formatting here so that we can write this percentage after attack speed. So the question is, can we do that? How can we deal with this custom formatting for some parameters but not others? You'll notice if we look back over here, there's actually nothing that is looking for the argument attack or HP or armor in the invoke statement. That's only being defined in the info box on the dragon page. So how are we going to merge all of these arguments together where you can have attack defined on the page dragon, but not in the template info box creature? And you also have the ability to reformat attack speed to add the percentage sign in the info box. And the answer is frame.args takes precedence over frame getParent.args. And I mentioned this at the start of the talk. This is really the magic of this framework, is right here on this slide. And typically in Lua, if you send arguments to your invoke statement directly into the invoke, you're going to want those to be default args. And so usually you do this the other way, where frame get parent args are more important than frame args. Well, not necessarily more important, but they take precedence over. And we're going to do it the opposite way in this case. We're going to say that the arguments passed from the invoke are going to take precedence over the parent args. So the frame args are they're both frame args, but the child frame args are the arguments that are sent in the invoke statement. And Lua also knows about every single argument that is sent to the content page transcluding the template that contains the invoke. So that's a mouthful, but the frame getParent.args are args that are written on the page dragon and sent to the template infobox creature. And then the frame args are the args that are inside of infobox creatures sent to the invoke. So you can see there's arguments inside of the invoke at template infobox creature. Then there's args inside of infobox creature on the dragon page. Those are going to be merged together with the invoke ones overwriting the content page ones. So that's really the magic that we have here, is that we merge these together, we overwrite with the formatted version, and then we get the best of every single world, and it's fantastic. So here is most of a minimal implementation of infoboxes. We create an info box, we make sections. We will always create a section for every section parameter that the user requested in the sections argument, but we're only going to attach that node containing that section if we printed one or more arguments. So you can see at the end of the function on the right side, if not should print, then return nil end. So we, in that case, attach a node of nil, which doesn't do anything, using the mw.html library, which is super awesome and I love it. So we are able to relatively easily, debatably relatively easily, depending on how you feel about the code you're looking at right now, we're able to show sections conditionally only if we actually had content in one of them, and otherwise we show nothing. And just a note on the conventions that I use to name these functions. When I say make, that means I'm going to create an HTML node using mw.html, and then I'm going to return it. If I say print, that means that the first argument to that parameter is going to be an existing mw.html node, and then I'm going to append something to it, either content, some classes, attributes, etc. So print means print to the existing node, which is passed as the first parameter in this function, and make means create a new node and then return it. And I really like this convention and encourage you to do something similar to it or exactly it if you're working with mw.html a lot. So in addition to that minimal implementation of infoboxes, there's also some stuff here for PI compatibility. So PIs support this column layout where you basically use CSS grid and show stuff in boxes next to each other instead of showing things in lines with one table row per item. So here is the Lua code that I have to do this. All of the Lua code that I'm showing here is condensed a little bit. It's not exactly the code that is in the actual infobox module. I've left out a few classes that are added to every element as constants to make all of the code fit on a single slide in a hopefully readable font. But this is most of the code to make a grid section. And the interesting part is the third to last line of Lua, where we make sure that the final cell in the grid is taking up the entire remaining space in the row. So here you see we have 3 columns, and then that's defined using items underscore columns equals 3. So if you say a number of columns that you want in any section name, it'll apply this grid layout to that section. And by using some inline CSS and modular arithmetic, we make it take up the entire row. And on the lower left-hand side, you can see that we're going to make a grid section if you have defined a number of columns. Otherwise, we'll make a regular section. Featured image galleries are another thing that PIs support. In PI, there is some code that works with the gallery extension tag and sets up effectively a tabber for you here. I did not want to do that, so I explicitly added support for it, where you can send a list of images and a list of image underscore labels. And those param names, images and image labels, are exactly what Druid is looking for. So that's what you want to define a template infobox creature. And if we do some cleverness with array map and explode, we can allow the user at the page shape changing creature to define this gallery-like syntax where you have the file name and then a colon and then its caption, where the caption is or I guess it's label, sorry. The file name and then its label, and then the labels are in this flexbox design at the top of the page. And then you can click one to focus that image. And you don't have to do it this way. You could just have the user provide a list of images and a list of image labels, and the nth image label corresponds to the nth image. But I like doing it this way. I think it's a cleaner syntax. I didn't want to hard code all of these splits into Druid, so I went for this compromise solution where you can sort of pick and choose exactly how you want to display it, although it does require this little bit of array map code that you can copy, and it's okay if you don't totally understand it. And then in the JavaScript, I have this Druid toggleable class, which is a somewhat generic toggleable class where you can actually toggle any information that you want in the entire info box. So if in the bear form, it has 50 attack, and in the dragon form, it has 85 attack, then you can toggle between those two values depending on which one you're showing. So it's PI functionality, and then it's extended a little bit to have nicer UX. You can also adjust the display and labels a little bit. You can hide them all together by using the _no label modifier, and then you can also, if you give a display value like this, we can make them all be item with the underscore item, or sorry, the underscore label after any section name. So if you want to have multiple fields that have the same label, you can do that. There's a couple of fun extras that I will also briefly mention. If you want to style your info boxes differently from each other, then you can set the kind parameter, and then that'll give a class that's unique to that kind of info box, and then you can style them differently. If you want your fire monsters and water monsters to be styled differently, and they have 2 different info box templates, you can change the kind that way. And you could also change the kind to be dependent on user input. If you wanted to say the kind is going to be equal to the element argument, you could do that. There's a lot of built-in selectors. Again, like I said, I didn't show all of the classes that I'm adding to all of the elements in the code that I showed you in the previous slides, but pretty much the title of the info box, the image of the info box, and all of the images, if you want to have a toggleable gallery, each row, each label on the left-hand side, and cell value on the right-hand side, each of those has its own class. It's easy to style. The provided CSS is all CSS variables based. If you're working on a Wiki GG they are defaulted to our conventions for colors on the entire wiki. If you're not, then you can put your own hex values directly into the CSS variables provided instead of basing it on parent CSS variables. And each label will also generate a unique selector. So if you want to have Druid value description to be italicized, then the description field will always be italicized. So italicizing flavor text like a description is one use case for it. Another one would be to highlight the most important information in the info box. If you want certain things to be a certain color or something, you can always index into that using the field specific selector. You can also change the delimiter if you don't like comma. I'm defaulting to comma for everything, but if you'd rather use semicolon, if you'd rather use multiple commas, it can be a multi-character long separator if you want. Like I said at the start of the talk, you can use the, assuming that you have Open Graph Meta installed, it will apply set main image to your main image. So if you have multiple images on the page, every now and then, by default, it will give you the wrong image as the featured image for embeds. So set main image is called. And each info box on the page gets a unique ID, so you can link to info boxes to jump to them on the page, assuming that you have the variables extension installed and you keep that code around. So at the end, I wanted to show you the art gallery for the shape-changing creature, because the single important part about Druid is that all of the examples come with very gorgeous MS Paint drawings. So you can admire the beautiful artwork associated with Druid. So hopefully you have enjoyed this, and if you want to use Druid, use Druid. If you don't, then write your own framework taking inspiration from this. I really like the idea of making things as easy as possible for wiki admins who don't have a lot of coding experience, because MediaWiki is very intimidating, and there's a lot of stuff that people want to be able to do and sort of expect that they will be able to do. And if they can't do it, then the software just feels so frustrating. And infoboxes are a very big one for people wanting to set them up and wanting to customize them and wanting to see their vision for the wiki realized through that configuration. And last year, my talk was about how I don't love infoboxes, but infoboxes are here to stay and everyone wants to use them. So let's make infoboxes easy to use and easy to define and give everyone a great editing experience when they're new to MediaWiki. If you want to see more stuff that I've done, I have a blog at river.me. It has a bunch of MediaWiki tutorials. A lot of it is aimed towards people who have a little bit of experience with MediaWiki, but not a lot. Some of it is aimed towards people who have a lot of MediaWiki experience. There's, I think it's like 11 pages of content now or something, or like 11 pages in the list of articles. I've written a bunch over the years. So check that out if you enjoyed this and you want to see other stuff I've done. Oh, hi, I can take questions now. Hello? Am I here?
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Okay, hi.
Hi. Awesome, let's give her a round of maybe one or two questions in this. Anybody have a question?
Did she say that source code is on river.me?
Is the source code on?
No, the source code is on the WikiGG support wiki. So the best place, I'm going to paste into the MWCon element chat. So this is the best place to refer to as like the main documentation page. And then this is there's 3 pages of code because there's like Lua, CSS, and JavaScript, but that's the main Lua page is that module. But the best page that links to all 3 pages is the first page that I linked to, the Druid infoboxes page.
And then if there's anybody who wants that, it's not on the element chat, we can copy it over to the signal chat. And if there's anybody who's not on both of them and wants it, just let us know.
Yeah, and it's also linked from one of the early pages in my presentation slide, which should be linked to from the conference page. So you can also get it from there.
Awesome. Thank you. Any other questions? Brian?
So first of all, really nice work on the art gallery.
Thanks. I know that you specifically did not like my art originally, so I'm glad that you changed your mind about that.
I thought that the flower was beautiful, but didn't realize how stable is the code pulled from? I mean, is there any things that would be kind of considered breaking changes that if I implemented, you'd release a feature later that would cause me to have to kind of overwrite what I did?
So that's actually a really good question. I'm actually planning to release a breaking change later this week or early next week, but it will be very easy to add a parameter that will undo the breaking change. So that change is going to be that right now it outputs HTML that's a table, and I want to change this to be nested divs instead. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a parameter that's like HTML format is that you can set it to equals table, and then it'll give you the table still. But I think it's a little bit easier to work with nested divs than to work with a table format. That's the only thing that I can foresee that would be a breaking change. But currently it's had about 1 patch a week since I released it. So I would say that it's still receiving a lot of updates. And probably for another 2 months or so, I would guess that it's going to be receiving a lot of updates, but I'm working very hard to make sure that it's going to be either no breaking changes at all, or if it does have breaking changes, then it's very easy to add a parameter so that you're avoiding having any changes like that. And when I say that I'm making a breaking change, the only thing that's going to break is CSS changes. So any parameters that you've added in wiki text will be totally stable. It's only that you might have to redo some styling.
Megan, thank you very much. That was great.
Just a comment that you can find it by just doing a web search on Druid infoboxes.
Oh, yeah, that should work too.
Awesome. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
We went a little bit over, so we're going to take a break now, and we can extend a little bit of the break because the session that's after the break is short, mostly short talks, and there are not quite enough talks to fill that entire. Although I've had a volunteer for one additional lightning talk, and if there's anybody else that would like to give a lightning talk, please speak to me. But we'll call you all back in here.
my slide switcher? Hello, can the live stream see me, hear me? Are they working? Okay. Hi everyone, for those I haven't met yet, my name is Daniel, Daniel Scherzer, right there. I work at WikiTech. A little about me, I am currently, I am currently an undergraduate student at Tufts University, although a month from tomorrow, I should be graduating with a degree in computer science. Yes, and today I wanted to talk to you a bit about orchestration of puppets. And I know I'm young, but I don't mean a whole bunch of stuffed animals playing in an orchestra. It's not what I want you to be thinking of when I say this. Instead, I want you to think about the song Wannabe from Spice Girls. There's a line, I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. Now, if you actually listen to the song, they don't answer what they want, but this is essentially what I think of when I think of puppet. You tell it what you want, not necessarily as much to the how. If you say, this is the state I want my system to be in. Now, start with the introduction, and then we're going to cover a couple of terms, obviously. Then, what is the Puppet software? Why did WikiTech choose to adopt it? How the language works, and how we've been slowly adopting it in WikiTech. And then, obviously, I will have some conclusion at the end and take questions. So, orchestration. This is a quote from the English Wikipedia, so if you want to trust them. It is the automated configuring, coordinating, and managing of computer systems and software. Basically, what we do, right? The configuration, specifically, is all of the settings that you have. This can be, the PHP settings. This can be the MediaWiki settings that are done in PHP. This can be your, mail configuration. All of the things that you need to run a server. Idempotency, this is going to be a key part of Puppet. It's the quality that an operation can be performed multiple times that always has the same result. When you imagine you're sitting at home, you're in one room, someone else is in another room, and you're both feeling a bit chilly. You each ask whatever your home assistant is. Hey, is it Siri? Is it Alexa? Whatever. Please raise the temperature by 2 degrees. You both asked this. But you didn't know the other was going to say it. A couple minutes later, it's now 4 degrees warmer, right? Every time you ask it to raise the temperature by 2 degrees, it's going to get warmer. You can't, that is not an idempotent operation. On the other hand, if you say, please set the temperature to 72 degrees, you can ask that 1,000,000 times. As long as one of them succeeds, it will result in being 72 degrees, and it won't ever keep going higher. That is what Puppet allows, idempotency. You can specify the same thing a bunch of times, and if one of them fails, it's okay. And if one of them succeeds, the next one won't then break. Next, version control, tracking changes. There's Git, there's SVN, there's Mercurial, there's MediaWiki, if you want to consider that. Version control software, we've been using Git. And SSH is a way to connect to servers if you don't have an Ethernet cable available to plug in. Couple more. Wikimedia is the foundation that, among other things, sponsored our happy hour yesterday. They are a nonprofit that hosts Wikipedia and do a whole bunch of other things. I'm sure we all know enough about them, but I don't need to go into detail. Garrett or Jarrett, I've still never learned how it's meant to be pronounced, is a Git source control that is used by, what was the answer? Is it Garrett?
Garrett.
Garrett, okay.
I thought I heard someone trying to pronounce it in Dutch.
Yeah, is it parrot?
Yeah.
Parrot? Okay. This tool is the Git source control that is used by the Wikimedia Foundation for MediaWiki and other repositories, at least for now. I think we're moving to GitLab or something, but GitLab. GitLab. And then Fabricator, for those who haven't been exposed to it yet, is the bug tracker being used by MediaWiki. Technically, we're no longer actually running Fabricator. I think we're running Forge, which is a fork of Fabricator, because Fabricator's maintainers, Felicity, were winding down operations, and so something happened with that I read in the blog post. Anyway, Fab is what I use it for, is just that's the site where all the bugs are. We don't need to know what software they're running. So, what is Puppet? It is a tool for managing software configurations in a centralized manner. There are some key Puppet-specific terms that we also need to cover. A node is something that gets managed by Puppet. This can be, in our case, it's always a server. I think this can always be like network switches or something like that. An agent is the Puppet server that is running the Puppet agent command or class package, I guess, that is telling the system telling Puppet, hey, let's configure this system based on the configuration that you find. And that configuration you find is from the Puppet server that controls one or more agents. You can have the same server be the Puppet server and an agent. So you can have Puppet configure the server it's running on. And you can also have a single Puppet server control multiple other servers that are the nodes. Does that make sense? Now, why did we choose to go with Puppet and not Ansible or some other technology like that? Well, we found that the Wikimedia Foundation provides a good baseline. They have, I think I can say, they have a slightly larger budget than WikiTech has, maybe a bit more experience with the MediaWiki software. We trust, what they decide to do goes through security reviews and performance reviews. Wikipedia has a much higher threshold of performance requirements than most sites. So it's a good baseline. But to be clear, it's not the be-all, end-all. Because of those high demanding standards that the foundation has, there are some things they can't do that we do, for example, like running update.php. For those of you who are on IRC or sometimes scroll through the Bash ToolForge tool, you'll see that if you try and run update.php in production on the foundation servers, you'll get slapped in the face, apparently. Shouldn't be done. It can cause problems. So Puppet was an option, but it wasn't guaranteed that that's what we would go with. You had to look at, what else. But at least from my perspective, all else being equal, I would choose Puppet because people with more experience and more knowledge decided that this was a good tool. And because they decided this was a good tool, and thankfully, a lot of the software that is used for MediaWiki as it's used in the foundation is open source. You can learn from so many real-world examples. Something I found when I taught myself programming languages is if you look at examples online, they're generally self-contained. Here is how to do one thing. Here is how this function works. Here is how to declare a class. But MediaWiki as a PHP application, and all three of these Puppet tools, TranslateWiki isn't all Puppet, but they have Puppet. You can see how all these pieces go together, how you can use different roles and profiles to control different servers. Operation/Puppet controls more servers than I can count, and I did not fail math class, to be clear. So yes, that was a great resource, and I think that was one of the reasons that we went with this. We can see all of these examples. Oh, that is how the foundation did it. And if you look at Git blame, or you go to the Garrett and Fabricator discussions, you can see what was the reasoning behind that. So we decided to go with Puppet. Now, the Puppet language is slightly different from other languages I've used in the past. Another quote I found on that same tool is describing just how great it is. Now, it's the one true perfect language. How does that work? Well, it's built around resource types. You define, oh, I want a file with XYZ content, or I want a system user with this name and this group. And because you're declaring what you want, instead of saying run this add user command or create this file command, the operations are idempotent. If the file doesn't exist, it'll be created. If the file doesn't have the right content, it'll just be changed every time Puppet runs. This is the key to making sure all your servers are in the state you expect them to. If the server doesn't match the configuration, the server's status will be changed until it just matches the configuration. And that configuration can be specified in the Puppet itself, or it uses this tool called
Kira data, where you use YAML files to specify all of your various configuration options. That way you can separate out the data that you want to use in the implementation. But those two are a bit confusing, which is why I think, yes, there was a second part to that quote about the one true perfect language. I will I'll give a second to the room to read it. So yes, it can be confusing, but again, because the examples for Translate Wiki, for Vagrant, which is Vagrant, are available, and Operation/Puppet are all available online for you to just scroll through and lose yourself, and you can see how it works, how to use the different resources, and what the different considerations were when they were discussing different changes. So you don't have to just adopt Puppet all or nothing. Because individual parts are specifying some configuration you want, create a file or add a system user, you can choose to do some of those, and then if that works, great. Move more of your configuration into Puppet, and so on. And the entire time, we're using version control to keep track of all of the servers that it's deployed on, what the configuration is going to be. For example, this is how we updated the version of a package. You can see this is a Kira data file. It's common.yaml, so this will be loaded for all of the nodes. And under the key packages, list, base, Jammy, so the packages that we want loaded on Jammy versions of Ubuntu, which I think is Ubuntu 20. And the base means that we wanted this loaded on all of the nodes. And of course, specifying how that loading works was done in the Puppet. But once you've set it up, you can then say, oh, I just want a new version. And once you deploy that to the server, Puppet will automatically run by default every 30 minutes on each of the nodes, and the agent will ask the Puppet server, hey, do you have anything new for me? If you do, great, I'll apply it. You can also go and manually trigger that agent run. So the first time you deploy new change, for example, on this, I would go to one of the servers and run it manually to make sure it found the package okay. And I can supervise the errors, or ideally no errors. Configuring a service. This brings us to the roles and profiles system that Puppet documentation suggests you use and the foundation uses. Each node is generally assigned a single role. So we have, this is a wiki that is going to run Docker, or this is a wiki that is not running Docker, or this is a mail server. And each role can loads one or more profiles. So here we say our profile for a Docker wiki. We're going to intend to load on all of the wikis that are going to use something from Docker. It can be Canasta, it can be Canasta, it can be I don't know if we have any other versions, but this will load. And previously we've been disabling Apache manually because we want Docker to manage that. But again, this is our incremental transition to Puppet. We can say, I want you to go to the service named Apache 2 and make sure it is stopped. And this is idempotent. You can keep telling something to stop. And if it's already stopped, great, nothing's going to break. Same if you were telling a service to start. And once it's running, if you say start, it'll be running. And so we can make sure, hey, that stopped. And we include the disabling of Apache within our profile for Docker wikis. And that way, any node that is running a Docker wiki that we've said, hey, use this profile, will include this change. So I can go to one of them and make sure I'll manually start Apache. I'll apply the Puppet run, and then I'll make sure Apache gets stopped. And then I can be sure that it'll actually do what we want it to. Finally, this is how we onboard a new developer. We've redacted some of the actual values here, but you can see the way we at WikiTech configure our SSH access on the various client servers is we don't put the individual developers' names because for the client, it doesn't really matter if it's my key or Ike's key or another developer. Instead, we have employee codes. You can see we have code 1, code 2, code 6. So when you get a new developer, we need to say, hey, every time we tell SSH to include all of the WikiTech members, there's a new member. We want to add that to the list. When you add that key, you can put it by their name, but if there is an employee code associated with them, use that instead. So this key will now be stored under code new. And finally, you have to define what the actual key is. This is the key for the new developer, which is obviously not a real SSH key, but gets the point across. So I realize I might have thrown a lot at you, and Puppet isn't the easiest tool to start with, but you don't have to dive in head first because of the way you can do incremental changes. You can start by just configuring Puppets to install a single package. That way you don't have to remember to install it manually. Then you can say, oh, let's also disable Apache. That's one less step you have to remember to do manually every time you're configuring a new server. Oh, then let's have it manage our SSH keys. Oh, then let's have it manage a Git clone or something. You can make these incremental transitions that allow you to spread out the process of adopting it to when you have the extra time, and you start benefiting immediately. As soon as you made that first change of installing a package automatically, you no longer need to go around and do that manually each time. And so it builds up. Every time you add a new incremental change, you've simplified and reduced the number of steps you have to do manually by one, or by some factor of however much work you had to remember to do by yourself. And the end goal is you do all of your configuration within Puppet. To set up a new server, I think we got it down to like 9 commands to install Puppet, connect Puppet to the Puppet master, pull the new configuration from Git, sorry, not Puppet master, Puppet server. Pull the new changes from Git to the Puppet server and do the first run of Puppet. And that's all of the system commands you should ever need to run on a node that is configured fully by Puppet. Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
What account does this run under?
So for the people who can't hear, the question was, what account does this run under? So it can be installed as a non-root user, but it's documented that it should generally be installed as the root user, so it can change the various system configuration settings that you're telling it to.
Okay, so you don't have to like invoke it and pass it a password or anything. You just run it with a.
Yes, you can just apt get whichever packages, and as soon as you've started it, it will just continue running as whatever user you started it as. So if you start it as root, it'll execute all of its commands with full permissions. It'll be able to create files in a directory that normally root wouldn't be able to, or normally other users wouldn't be able to, because it's running as root. Yes.
So basically, you're using Puppet not as like a really to deploy anything necessarily for the like one-time thing, but as to maintain the similar baseline state for each of your servers that are running Wiki, so that every one of your clients can have a great experience in those servers.
Yes, and for the people on the live stream who might not have heard, we are indeed using Puppet not to configure not to deploy the individual changes that a client might want, but to provide the baseline that will be consistent, that we know this will be the state that the server is in, and if something changes, Puppet will just run and make sure it's changed back. This also encourages us to use version control, because you can't, I'll just live hack on the server and we'll change it, we'll put it in the version control later. So Puppet will just come and overwrite it unless you disable Puppet. So you can do that live debugging, but you are, on a technical level, very much encouraged to commit your changes to version control.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Could this be in theory used to be yet another way to install MediaWiki, to install MediaWiki, install the extensions, etc.?
The question was if this is another way you could be installing MediaWiki, and the answer is yes. So MediaWiki Vagrant is a tool that relies on, I believe, VirtualBox, and at least when you're running it on Windows, and a couple other systems to create a local development environment. But when you're running on a Linux server, for example, you can have Puppet as soon as you've installed Puppet, it is able to install various packages. I believe there is a Debian version of MediaWiki that we saw has some problems occasionally, but you can install that. You can use it to git clone, and you can say, okay, my configuration is I want to git clone this. I want to exec some command unless some other condition is met. So run the installer. I want to create local settings.php with the following file content. And anytime you go live debug and change, it'll just get changed back. You can absolutely use it as your only source of deployment.
And we do mostly WikiTide. So.
Yeah, Puppet and Ansible have similar functionality, so it could do everything that Ansible does for Mesa. So
Everything in your presentation is true of Ansible also.
Yep. I'm glad to hear that Ansible is great.
With one exception, and that is, if I heard you right, this is agented. So there's an agent running on the target.
Yes.
And Ansible is agentless.
Okay.
Which means that you point Ansible at the target and it goes and configures and deploys the target and leaves the target unaffected. There's no residual Ansible on the system.
Cool.
all right, thank you.
Thanks.
I really wanted, damn it.
And what you're talking about is orchestration. And I'll bet Puppet does automation. So it's sort of a one-stop shop. But I think also
it was very slowly.
I mean, our student and
new philosophy, which
I messed it up. I messed it up.
basically impossible. Left it. And still love it. I have 90% on the project.
Right. Hi. So I've been up here earlier. I'm Tina. And I don't need to convince anyone here that MediaWiki is really cool, but I keep having to convince people that I interact with elsewhere where I seem to spew wikis. And I keep thinking of different analogies to talk about wikis. And a little while ago, I realized that wikis are really a lot like math. And why is that so? Well, so when you first start in school, it's arithmetic. You have some adding and some subtracting and some dividing and some multiplying, and that's really all what you do with basic documents. Like if you just have your Word document, you're writing it, you may delete some stuff in it, you may delete the whole thing, you may make save another copy of it, you may decide to should have been multiple documents, and that's sort of your arithmetic. And that's kind of your end of grade 3, and that's where a lot of people end with their documentation. That's what documentation should be, single documents. But really, when you think of it as using a wiki, you have algebra. Like after grade 3, you should be learning that, and you have things like functions and variables, and gee, MediaWiki adds that because you have templates and you have parameters for your templates. So instead of having to rewrite something repeatedly, you can use it, or you can say, hey, I want this to look slightly different depending on what kind of parameters you give it, which is really kind of like algebra. But you still don't stop there, and a little while later, you learn calculus. So there you have things like differential calculus, where you're dealing with continuous change. And that's really actually kind of super important for documentation. And a lot of people think of documentation as a project that we need to do and get done. And now we're done with documentation and we can print it, like Mark likes to print things, and put it on a shelf and we're done with documentation. But it's really super important that you are able to change it. So yeah, of course, that's one of the main things MediaWiki or wikis do. It allows you to change things. But they also allow you to keep track of the change with things like page history or recent changes or watches. And you're able to see all of the different changes that you're making in diffs. So that's kind of cool. But then you also have differential calculus, and this is really huge, much bigger than it was on mine. Yeah, don't worry about it. What is the other side of calculus? You have differential and integral calculus. Thank you. So, and with that, you're looking at things, you're aggregating them, you're summing things up. So MediaWiki gives you stuff for that too, either out of the box just by being able to see how many pages do you have on here, or by using any of the various data extensions to allow you to do things like counting stuff that is in different pages that you have and that you have encoded to be able to aggregate it. But you also have statistics. So you have the ability to deal with collecting and organizing and representing data, and Cargo and Semantic MediaWiki gives you some of that. Some of the stuff out of the box is available that allows you to show how many pages you have. Sorry, and Cargo and Semantic MediaWiki also allow you to show things like graphs or pie charts or however you want to represent them. And you also have a bit of graph theory, of course, and that's more going back to, hey, you can write this stuff as hypertext, which is really powerful because you can break it down and make it not one big monolithic thing. And built out of the box, it gives you things like what are the most linked pages, what are the orphans, what are the oldest pages, those kinds of things. And it makes it able to deal with like concepts like every page is page one, where you don't know where you're going to arrive, and wherever you arrive on your wiki, you should be able to allow people to get to any other bit of your data. So rather than having a keyword find in another document, you have a better reason to think early, where will people find my stuff and how do I make sure that they can find the rest of the information that they need to know. And then you have a little bit of set theory, like, you have categories, of course, but you also have the ability to if you have cargo, you can say, I want everything that is red and not round. So that's kind of that side of things. Now, I'm actually not all that mathy. These just came up because I was trying to give people reasons that MediaWiki is a good thing. But the more I'm hearing about stuff that people are doing with this, the more I also realize you can connect these things and use them in different ways. To me, like some of the stuff that, like the idea of using a graph to represent recent changes was just like, that's crazy, right? So just like math, you also have this portion of the more you know, the more you're gonna use it, and the more you can do with it. So my problem though is this is actually a terrible thing to tell people, because most people, if I tell them MediaWikis are a bit like math, they're like, oh, that's a bad thing. I say, yeah, they're kind of like calculus. And they'll go like, okay, we won't use this thing then. So it actually is a complete failure for what I was trying to do with it. But again, with this thing here, people have also shown me some other stuff that they like. The three things that I'll take away as analogies already are spreadsheet for the internet, Swiss Army knife for the internet, and an interesting, powerful one I wouldn't have thought about is what Ward said earlier about telling how it feels, not how it works. That's going to be hard for me. I don't think that way, but I think that might just be the trick on getting someone else to want to try it out. But since I'm sure all of you have also tried to convince people that MediaWikis are a good thing, I'm always interested to hear more about like what were the little like the elevator pitch size pieces that have actually got through to people. So that's really all I was going to talk about here. Thank you.
Any math questions?
What's the integral litigation derivative of 0?
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm actually not mathy.
I thought we were just talking about the math extension.
Oh no, I'm sorry. That's why you wrote that. why I made it short.
That's what wait.
Yeah, this is like, because just like something which is not exactly parts of yours.
Not exactly a person.
Well, I mean, that's where we're at. Nothing else. So, it's your quick, yeah, like.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brian. Today I'm going to demo for you essentially an extension we've been working on called Inline comments. I'm sure you're all familiar with Google Docs. You know, you write some text, people comment on it, write in line, and highlight the text they want to talk about, and then have a discussion off to the side. A lot of people are used to that kind of system, and there's a lot of trouble getting them into talk pages where they see some text and comment on it somewhere later. And like, you know, that's kind of hard to sell to a lot of people. So instead we thought, why not steal what Google Docs does and try it like them? So with that in mind, we have made this extension. As you can see, screenshot, you highlight some text, highlight, there's a little icon thing there you can click, or you can do Control-Shift-M, then a box pops up, you type something in, you press save, saves, you could reply, and that's basically it. You know, it's just easier for new users. Everyone's familiar with Google Docs. They see something like this, they know what to do with it, deal with it. The extension doesn't affect wiki text, so it's not like I know some people maybe like see the translate extension where it totally messes up wiki text, and it's really hard to work with. None of that issues here. It's not inside the wiki text. It's integrated with all the standard MediaWiki features, like it shows up in recent changes, it shows up in watch list. You can revert it if there's vandalism. You know, it's like integrated into Wiki. It's not like something that's outside it and it doesn't really work with MediaWiki where you're constantly fighting with it. It's like right in there. I have a demo video to kind of show you because, you know, screenshots are one thing, but it's good to see it. And, you know, sorry, just a second. How do I make this full screen? Not that button. Sorry.
I got it.
Oops. Where? All right. So I'm going to start this again. So this is essentially just a video to show you what it looks like, to highlight the text, put some comments. One thing to note is that they all kind of go on the side and like they go near the thing, but they rearrange themselves if you select a specific one in case there's like 2 comments. You can highlight one by clicking on it, you can click on the highlighted text. This also works for text highlighted in tables or other kind of formatting. You know, sometimes it might not entirely be perfect if you highlight over complex formatting that strips across the entire page, but generally it works pretty well. As you can see, you can reply. You can also close the comment if you are kind of like, you know, you fix the thing and the thing is done and you don't need to comment anymore. You can press close comment, it deletes from the page. You can still find old comments in the history. As you can see, you can also use diffs. The way diffs are shown, not great yet. Maybe that's a future feature. As you can see, it kind of, especially because this is slow resolution, so it's not very wide. That doesn't look good, but you can undo them straight from the history if there's some vandalism, that sort of thing. Like, you know, it just integrates with all of the normal MediaWiki features. Yeah, that's kind of.
Where did you say that they're actually stored?
They're in a slot. Yeah. As you can see, recent changes, it all shows up, so you see it in your feeds. And when you edit, it's kind of invisible. Yeah. Oh, and also if you delete the text that is referenced by the comment, then the comment automatically goes away, but that's configurable. There's a variable you can set to instead keep them as just floating there, not attached to any text. Well, that's it. So right now we're still working on it, me and also your own. And previously this was a WikiTide extension. This summer we're hoping to have a Google Summer of Code student do some improvements to this extension to hopefully make it even better. We have some ideas of possible improvements, maybe like formatted text, better integration and more favorite skins, and that sort of thing. Yeah, any question? Oh.
Is the last slide there is pinging people like an app mentioned? Is that what that's?
Yeah, like if you could say at someone and then in echo, gets a little notification so that they see the comment, like that sort of thing. So, yeah.
You said you highlight this and then this plus comes up when you click on it.
Yeah.
That is the context functionality of a right click of the word retained, or does this mess with the context functionality of being able to right click, highlight and right click on the word?
So it doesn't affect right click because you highlight and then just normal click the little icon that comes up. You don't like right click the actual text. Jeffrey.
So how does the changing text and programming, like how do you know that this comment is sticking to a certain piece of text?
So that's a good question. And what we do is not quite perfect, I'll fully admit. But essentially, we have the text and then we try and match the text in the document. And so if someone deletes some unrelated text, then that doesn't affect anything. But like, for example, if there's we also record some of the previous context, like the words that appear right before the text. So if someone but if the same thing appears twice in the document, we might say it's like matched on the second appearance, but if someone deletes the first one, that might not work. Well, C. Scott, I was talking to you earlier, has some very interesting ideas for annotations in MediaWiki core that would really improve this.
So basically, would this be like subject to the wizard issue? That's for now.
Yes, not quite, because usually the context is a larger sentence, so it's not but yes, that can happen, but it wouldn't be quite as common as just naive find and replace, because it's usually working on at least a sentence, if not more, of context.
Also, sorry, one last question. So is it like a special permission to be able to comment on a page? Can I anonymously comment, whereas also prohibiting editing for anonymous users?
Yeah, so it's like a normal MediaWiki permission. By default, I think it defaults to you have to be logged in, but you can set it to whatever you want.
Okay. We had a comment in chat from Greg Runlet. Does slot content get indexed by Elasticsearch, and is it a separate content bucket in advanced search?
That's a good question. I do not think it is currently searched by the search engine. I'm not actually 100% sure because we didn't specifically implement that, so it'd be up to what MediaWiki by default does for non-default slots. And off the top of my head, I'm not sure, but we should add that as a feature to look into.
Yeah, I'd be very interested in it.
It'd be great if it just worked. It might very well.
Could you add comments to the media as well, like pictures or whatever added to a page?
So you can really only highlight words, like you could add comments to the file page, and you could highlight something like words surrounding the picture, but it wouldn't at least currently work on just to highlight the picture, like you could highlight as caption maybe. But currently I can't match just the image.
You said limits to the length of the comments?
There are limits, but they're very big. I think it can't be larger than 2 megabytes. And I think you could probably implement other limits through views filter, but right now there aren't really any limits on that. Yeah.
Are you able to, is an administrator able to search for like all comments, or is it like an admin interface if you may?
Not currently. Right now, it just shows on a page, and like you can see recent changes, and you can see when people add comments. But there's no page to list like all comments in the wiki. Although that might be another good potential feature.
Right. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's something I want to just pull up the page. Can I do that? Sorry, what? If I wanted to pull up just on the page at some point, can I do that?
Yes. Okay. Let me do it this way. Need to share the screen or make sure it's still being shared. It is still being shared. Okay.
Cool. And then, is this good for the camera?
Yeah.
Okay.
Stay within the tape.
Okay, within the tape. Cool. Okay, hi everybody. My name is Eric Gardner. I'm a member of the Wikimedia Foundation's design system team. And I'm here to talk about a project that we've been working on for a while. We recently released kind of the 1.0 version. It's called Codex. So it's the new design system for Wikimedia, and I wanted to talk about it here in the hopes that it might be interesting or useful to some of you all in building your own features on your own wikis. So yeah, I'm just going to introduce what we've been working on. So yeah, like I said, my team is pleased to announce that recently, last fall, we finally released version 1.0 of Codex, which is the new design system for the Wikimedia movement, and also it's embedded in MediaWiki itself, so you can use it outside of the WMF projects as well. This is a screenshot of the documentation website. I'll pull it up later and talk more about what Codex is, what it includes. So to start off with, what is a design system? So a design system is a collection of a lot of things, reusable parts, style guide, and recommendations. But the idea is, it's a set of tools. It's a toolbox to ensure a consistent and cohesive user experience across different products and platforms. So Codex, which is our design system, has a couple of different elements or like layers. The basic foundational layer is this thing called design tokens. This is maybe sort of a buzzword that gets used a lot in like web design world now. So these are like the smallest units of like a design decision. Like, they translate into things like CSS or less variables. Then we have a library of assets. This is mostly icons right now. So we have a bunch of icons that are very language agnostic or internationalizable. And then finally, the kind of the main entry point for most people is going to be a collection of UI components. Now, these exist in both JavaScript and CSS flavors. I'll talk more about those. And then tying them all together is a set of guidelines or documentation about how to use these things, what kind of interfaces to build and why. So all these things together make up a single system, and that's Codex. So design tokens, like I said, they're the foundational layer. They represent individual decisions. Sometimes we call them decision tokens about, hey, the main primary color for this thing should be this particular shade of blue, the hover state should be this color, etc. So these, this is published as its own package in NPM. It's also available in MediaWiki Resource Loader. You can access most of these as less variables if you're using Resource Loader. And we're going to increasingly start delivering them as like CSS variables too. That'll be useful because we're working on supporting things like the sort of dark mode that Vector will have soon. So you could say, hey, I want this to be like the primary color, and that will automatically flip when the UI flips into dark mode. So the more you rely on things like the design system, design tokens, the easier it will be to integrate with features like that when they come online, like dark mode. So in addition to the design tokens, we of course have this pretty comprehensive library of icons. At the time of making this slide, there were like 237. There might be a few more now. What's cool about the icons that we have is, in a text editor, you usually see like a bold and italic underline icon. Not every language does the word for bold start with the letter B. So, in some languages, it's a G or some completely different character. So we have that built into our icon system. So again, it's a little bit more international. Similarly, a lot of them offer variants that are flipped for RTL. Finally, the layer that's probably of the most interest to people here, and I'll probably spend the most time talking about it, are the actual components. So this is like, if anyone's familiar with OOUI, Codex in many ways is the successor to OOUI. It will eventually supersede OOUI on our project. I don't think OOUI is going to just disappear overnight, but the future, we're definitely encouraging people to use Codex for projects going forward within the foundation. I think outside of the foundation, it's more like people should use what they want. But so the components are like interactive building blocks, UI widgets, and the idea is we want to empower developers to create consistent and powerful user interfaces without having to constantly reinvent the wheel. So the core Codex component library is a set of Vue 3 components. So Vue.js is a JavaScript framework. It's kind of similar to React. I was also involved in efforts to bring Vue into MediaWiki a few years back. And so again, it's just, I think in the past, maybe the front end side of MediaWiki has lagged a little bit behind. And so we're trying to build in more modern tools and make them available for people to provide more kind of interactive experiences. But we also want to make sure that we cover, sort of backwards compatibility, people that are operating in low bandwidth environments or older hardware. So there's also a CSS-only version of most components as well. So JavaScript is not a strict requirement for using Codex, though the better experience will generally be the JS one. And they're extensively documented. So I'll talk a little bit about, I'll show our documentation in a little bit. I can show some of these in a little demo. Finally, for any designers in the audience, we also have like an extensive set of Figma libraries. So Figma is like a web design platform. I think you have to make an account, which you can do for free, but then you can actually log in and like copy the Codex Figma libraries into your own account, even if you're not affiliated with the foundation in any way. So those are accessible too. Some key features of Codex. One really important priority for us is accessibility and also internationalization. So the color palette that we use has been carefully, thought out to make sure that certain minimum levels of contrast are met in different environments. Again, that's becoming really important as we look at supporting alternate color palettes for like a dark mode to make sure that, hey, even when you invert things, there should still be a basic level of contrast to make sure that users with poorer vision can still see things and understand what's going on. We also build in as much as possible best practices for like ARIA attributes, keyboard navigation. We recently did an audit with the American Foundation for the Blind on the current state of our components, where we had actual, blind and visibly impaired users to go and use a bunch of our stuff and let us know. And the results were pretty good. They give us some good feedback that we're working on, but also I think overall it's pretty positive. So we're trying to build in as much accessibility as possible so that people who use Codex to build their own UIs and experiences get a lot of that benefit for free. And then, like I was saying before, we're also building things to work in other languages. So right now, no English strings are embedded in the Codex components. It's just passed in by the user. So that kind of works with MediaWiki's internationalization system. In the future, maybe we'll embed some like a more sophisticated way to handle this, where you might have some global plugin and you say, okay, it's change all the strings used in the components to this language or that language. But we're definitely not like hard coding, one language. We're designing it to be multilingual, and also we design everything to work in an RTL context as well. So yeah, we want things to be multilingual, internationalizable. Like I said before, we support both JS and Node.js usage of these components. So the kind of the sort of main version of all of these components is a Vue component. That's kind of, I guess you'd say we're JS first. So we're designing things, we're using Vue 3, we're writing this code in TypeScript. But in most cases, a CSS-only version of the component is also available. And you can use that kind of in the way that you'd use like a bootstrap thing where, you'd have to provide your own markup and then you'd put like a CDX button or CDX icon class on something. And it would, assuming you load the appropriate style sheet, it would work. And then the icons and design tokens are available as their own libraries, and they can be used in a variety of environments. Finally, we've been working on some performance optimization within MediaWiki. So Codex was developed as a standalone library outside of MediaWiki, but we've also been doing some work in MediaWiki core itself, specifically in like the resource loader part of the code base. One thing that a lot of modern like UI bundling, like things like rollup or V, like some of this software can do something called code splitting, where maybe you take an application, you break it up into different bundles, so that only the things that are strictly necessary are delivered to the client. MediaWiki, of course, it's an all PHP tech stack, so we don't, at the time, have the ability to like run Node.js code and do like a front-end build step to optimize these assets the way that you might if you were using another web application framework. However, the build tools that we use in Codex, so outside of MediaWiki, we are able to publish basically a dependency graph of like, oh, well, this component needs that component, this one needs the icon. And that's data that we embed in MediaWiki. So then in the resource loader PHP code, we're able to say, oh, if somebody just wants to show component A on their page, we know that that needs components B and C, and so it goes and gets the code automatically. So we're able to do some code splitting or tree shaking just in PHP. We're interested in going a step further and doing full server-side rendering of JS components. That's something a lot of people would like. One advantage of that is if anyone's ever worked with Vue, it's like a very nice declarative experience for like authoring user interfaces. It's pretty similar to HTML. You can write these single file components. It's very ergonomic, I would say. It's harder to do this in MediaWiki because you still have to, if you're building like a special page where you wanted a bunch of Codex-based UI, you'd have to also do it in PHP, and maybe you'd want to do like the CSS-only version for people with Node.js, and then you'd replace it with the JS version. So you'd be kind of defining your UI twice. We want to get away from that. So one way to do that would be to do server-side rendering of the JS interface. Again, that's something we don't really have the tools in MediaWiki to do right now, but it's something we're exploring. So one question, I was chatting with Cindy about this earlier today, but like, what would it mean if MediaWiki either optionally or most or all of the time included a Node.js runtime to do stuff like this? I don't know, food for thought. Outside of MediaWiki, Codex is also, you can use it in a standalone way. It's a great fit for like ToolForge apps and things like that, where some of the limitations of MediaWiki no longer apply. So you could make a standalone like single page app that used Codex in ToolForge or some of these other contexts. It's available in NPM. And maybe I'll just show our documentation site real quick and some examples of the components I'm talking about, if that's possible. Can I just minimize this? And yeah, okay, so escape. Cool. So you can find us. If you go to the doc.wikimedia.org page and scroll down to the user experience, Codex is right here. And this is our documentation site. So we spent a lot of time and energy on the docs. We consider the documentation really important. You can see, there's a section for each different layer of the system here. For the components, all of these demos are interactive. So like, what does the Codex dialog look like? We have design guidelines, but we also have a variety of interactive demos. Here's the basic one. Maybe I want to see like, the code for both usage outside of MediaWiki, usage inside of MediaWiki. So the way that you would use Codex components in most cases is you would, if you were like an extension or skin developer, you would you'd have like resource loader modules where you could require these things. So that's the main way you could get it. We're also working on making it easier to use Codex in gadgets and user scripts. That work is kind of ongoing. But anyway, the documentation is very extensive. We spent a lot of time on this, so I would definitely encourage folks to take a look if you're interested. And finally, if you want to get involved, all of these things are available in MediaWiki now. Codex is also available as a series of NPM packages under the @Wikimedia name. The Figma libraries are also available, like I mentioned, and the documentation site, I showed that too. And if you have questions or you want to contribute, we're in Harriet, whatever you want to call it. Also on GitHub, we have a mirror there. You can find us on Fabricator under the Codex and the design system team tags. And then we have a MediaWiki page that has a lot of information about using Codex in MediaWiki itself, including like what kind of things you need to ask for a resource loader to use it, how to use the code splitting feature, things like that. And yeah, contributions and feedback are welcome. And yeah, this is my team. We're working on this constantly. The work is ongoing, so please let us know what you think. We love hearing feedback, both positive and negative. And that's it. Thank you.
A quick question.
Yeah, so a lot of the components in Codex look the same as the ones in OUI. So
Yeah.
what is the main difference between the two then?
The usage is different. I think it's a lot easier to use. We chose to make it like match OOUI basically. You could say that both Codex and OOUI implement the sort of basic Wikimedia design language, which is pretty like neutral and encyclopedic. But Codex is written with a much more modern set of tools and libraries, I guess, and it's where the focus is going to be for development efforts going forward. So I would say the main benefit from a developer perspective of Codex is you get to use Vue. So like it's a lot easier to handle like user input, changing data from the user. You get a reactive UI, for example. I think it's just generally a lot easier to work with too. You can compose components inside of each other. So like building a complex UI out of OUI widgets, I've done it. It's painful. I think it's a lot easier in Codex. So.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But visually, we want them to be pretty similar. But in the future, I think Codex will start to leave OUI behind. So.
Sorry, you're on your cottage time. So, thanks. You want to
Yeah, you know where to find your.
Here's real quick. What's yours called?
All right, everyone. I'll make this quick. So I'm James Hare again, and I just had this idea for a talk I want to give because I have some ideas that recently came to me. Seeing some issues going on in some projects I'm involved in, but also seeing progress in other areas. And so I thought, let's just take a few minutes to discuss Create Wiki. And so we've discussed Wiki Farm at length today, so I don't really have to redefine it. But the basic idea is that you have one MediaWiki setup and you have multiple wikis within that MediaWiki server. And although a Wiki farm and a Wiki host are not necessarily the same thing, some Wiki farms are, or rather some Wiki hosts implement Wiki hosting through Wiki farms. If someone wants a new Wiki, you just create it on the farm. And Create Wiki. So if you have a Wiki farm, but you want self-service, you want users to be able to create their own wikis, generally, Wiki hosting services, namely MiraHees and ShoutWiki, they can generally, or they can at least request it. In the way they facilitate this is by an extension called Create Wiki, or really I should say two separate extensions, both named Create Wiki. One deployed on ShoutWiki, which is not working, and another deployed on MiraHees, which is working. And the basic difference, so ShoutWiki and MiraHees are similar-ish. ShoutWiki is more of an ad-based business model. MiraHees is more of a nonprofit business model, as Brent discussed earlier today. But with Create Wiki, it was written, several years back, and as time goes on, MediaWiki is a shifting target. Create Wiki hasn't necessarily kept up. So on ShoutWiki, Create Wiki was just straight up disabled because it caused a catastrophic database corruption incident where basically it made assumptions about what database it was writing to. And as of 1.34, those assumptions no longer applied. So it continued writing to the database thinking it was setting up a new wiki when really it was changing a different wiki, which is bad, very bad. So they just cut it all off. Mirahuse's create wiki is more of a request queue, and then someone with privileges goes and approves the requests. It's still working for now, but the thing is, it's very fragile. It's going to require a lot of work. And next version upgrade of MediaWiki, it may break altogether. We don't know. And even though these are two separate extensions, the common theme is that MediaWiki changes and old code can't keep up. And this wonderful quote from ShoutWiki's incident report from when they disabled Create Wiki, and a quote that I think succinks this issue and third-party MediaWiki in general. These kinds of issues are also the reason why major MediaWiki version upgrades are becoming more and more painful with every new release. If and when you don't have the Wikimedia Foundation's resources to throw at a problem, things suddenly get a lot more complicated. So yet, at the same time, I'm seeing signs of hope. And the signs of hope I'm seeing are from completely rethinking this problem, not creating a wiki by having a MediaWiki extension that creates other wikis within the wiki, which for some indescribable reason has always felt wrong to me. Sort of like doing server administration, sort of like having mission control on a space flight on the rocket ship itself. So I'm thinking, why don't we do something like what Canasta does or what WBStack does? So WBStack is similar. It's also a Docker-based deployment of MediaWiki. You push a button that spawns a new Docker container. That's a Wikimedia Germany project, and they have a nice web interface. You want to create a new wiki, you literally just push the button and you fill out the form and it creates the wiki for you. It is marvelous. And Canasta, Jeffrey spoke on that earlier today, just command line set up a new wiki farm. I'm just thinking, we have this bitrot and create wiki extension, and we have this sort of next generation approach to managing multi-wiki deployments. So what could a transition from this create wiki model to the next generation look like? That's it. Jeffrey.
I want to add a +1. This is a really good insight. I really love your comparison to having mission control on board this spaceship. That's basically what it is. I've had ideological disagreements with other folks in Europe on when they made their managed wiki configuration extension on their wiki. I'm like, well, what if you change the skin? Then your UI completely just is broken because you now have this, a managed wiki page that doesn't work on a new custom skin, things like that. And so at my wikis, we never ever had any of this on MediaWiki itself. We always had it on the side in its own, what do you call it? Just like its own servers. Whether it be Puppet or Ansible or Docker or some other orchestration method, it's always been separate and it's been working really well. So I wanted to add a +1 on your assertion and thesis here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All right. Any questions from online? All right. Thank you.
Technically, ours isn't working right now either, because apparently someone in the data center pushed the power button.
Void mishaps, right?
Hardware.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Void mishaps.
Maybe we're like on the corner.
All right.
Well,
We get started?
Special thanks to Cindy and the organizers for allowing me to add this talk at the very end. This is not a technical talk. This is another one of those elevator speech conversations that I tried to put into PowerPoint. We were talking at lunch about the challenges that we have in explaining why wikis within organizations have the potential to add so much value, and how to communicate that in a quick way. So I'm just going to skim through some of these charts, and I'm going to also riff off of the advice that we learned this week about describing how it feels. And I'll get to that chart and I'll comment. So Maybe you guys know the Far Side comic. I have appropriated the Far Side comic a little differently. I want to set up a 1, 2, 3 cadence. Okay, so work is about having good people in your organization, doing good work, and getting good results. And so in theory, right, this is our point of entry into the conversation. Now you can't read this, don't even worry about trying to, but what I'm showing on the left is categories of the different kinds of users. So at the top we have like administrative assistants, drafting staff, engineering, all the different groups of people with similar skill sets that you have within your organization. Those are our good people. Now you'll see some icons in the left. There's a little key lock. There's the little disk icon, implying that for the most part, people doing their work are managing and handling the data that's related to their work. At the end of the day, the users have a lot of data stashed away, which represents the work that they do. But in order to get good results and make the output of what we do archivable and auditable and usable by cross organizations, we have these other systems that are represented on the right. So there's a stack. I've just sort of neutralized these and called them systems A through systems J. You can think of them as different knowledge, different databases and different IT systems scattered across your organization that you have to feed them. Whether it's a maintenance database or a document control database, lots of different data silos, and oftentimes they are services that the local organization is not in control of. So our workers on the left are doing the work and feeding the systems on the right. And so there's this kind of mysterious cloud in between the systems. And I jumped ahead a little bit. So each of those systems on the right is a complex animal in and of itself. Oftentimes it's unrealistic to try to train your entire organizational staff on how to be qualified operators for all of these organizational systems that have to be fed. So what you do is you pick a few people, you call them your points of contact, your specialists, and you set them out in front of these systems and you teach your staff how to work with your internal process POCs, and they're the ones that are ultimately responsible for making sure the data is fed into the systems that it needs to go on. And then we talked at length, or at least I shared yesterday in my talk, about how it's the internal ISO organizational processes that sort of describe how the people on the left provide the artifacts and output data to the people on the right, which go into the systems. But this is how it feels to me, okay? So if this is one of those images that just gets better the more you look at it. We are often utilizing email and email attachments and sharing things all over the place. This image has been around for a long time, but I wanted to locate it as sort of the local way that we sort of accomplish our internal processes. At the end of the day, if all of the work is done well, the data shows up where it needs to on the far right, but how it gets there is where I think a lot of the efficiency and opportunities exist. And again, this is a talk that's trying to real quickly target how we're trying to avoid mishaps. But before we talk about the mishaps, that email chaos that I showed is also replicated multiple times for all of the different processes that we have. So you take that email chaos and multiply it by 30, and you're starting to get close to how a day in the life actually is in a complex organization. So somebody might say, well, look, we've done it this way for a long time. What's the problem, right? This is just how it works. Well, we have a couple of lessons learned databases within the agency. And so recently I had a colleague that was trying to make the case for MediaWiki, and he found through these lessons learned databases references to contributing factors that were related to the way that the organization handled knowledge. And so just real quickly, if you guys recall back in 2003, the agency had a tragic mishap regarding Columbia, the shuttle Columbia. The investigation board scoured through a very detailed report trying to find all the contributing causes, and certainly there were many. But I just wanted to draw attention to finding 7.4-11, which said that the shuttle program had a wealth of data tucked away in multiple databases, without a convenient way to integrate and use that data for management, engineering, and safety decisions. So oftentimes people were making decisions and the decision had to be made before there was time to actually go and let the processes take place to get all the data together. And so that's an important lesson learned from the agency. The other one happened in 2013 that I'll draw attention to. There was an incident, there was an astronaut that was doing a spacewalk outside of the International Space Station, and there was a mishap with the suit, and water was accumulating inside the helmet, and there was a very potential bad situation. Fortunately, nothing bad happened, but it was a high visibility close call, and that triggered an investigation because even a close call, we absolutely have to understand how to avoid having it happen again. And so that produced a bunch of lessons about observations. Observation 15 from that investigation board said that lessons learned databases and corporate knowledge information exist, but they're not always easily accessible. And they're often incomplete and not being fully utilized. Unfortunately, the departure of contractor and civil servant experts is occurring faster than information is collected and passed on. That's the brain drain, right? So we have subject matter experts, people who've been doing a job for a long time, and that knowledge is not captured. It's not corporate knowledge. These people leave, and we're not able to backfill the expertise as fast as we need to. So those were just two very prominent lessons learned from the NASA's database that is focusing on the importance of managing knowledge well, making it readily accessible for decision making. And so for me, this really comes down to the concept of a single source of truth within an organization, not to be mistaken as a single truth in the universe, but within an organization, it is possible to converge on a single source of truth for your organization. The names of your documents, how things are done shouldn't be dependent on who you talk to and in what room you're at. So we have the management of truth by email, and then the idea of a single source of truth. And so if we set that single source of truth in the middle between the work staff on the left and the points of contact for the technical systems on the right, then what we're striving to do is minimize the confusion and complexity that's introduced by managing information through email and attachments with something, and I imagine you guys can imagine what might function as a good single source of truth. We have made the case that something like MediaWiki plus third-party extensions that allow us to do all the things that I spoke about yesterday would be a good idea. And so I'll return to the beginning and say that our 1, 2, 3 process for being safe, effective, and reliable at Armstrong Test Facility is have good people, keep calm and Wiki on, and get good results. Thank you so much.
Do we have any questions for Rich?
How do you get management to adopt MediaWiki, being that it's a better solution but doesn't seem better?
Slowly.
Okay. And how do you do that slowly?
One victory at a time. So we have been on a journey. So within my organization, those that know me, I have been that advocate within the organization advocating for MediaWiki. And my management has given me opportunities to demonstrate the potential, even though they fully didn't understand, but it has proven itself. So you have to have the support of the management understanding what's at stake, and the opportunity. Like, there were two major breakthroughs for us. One was the introduction of the file folder tool that I gave a talk on at one of the earlier MWCons. As all of you know, MediaWiki has a flat file system, and so there can only be one readme.txt in the entire wiki. And so what we did was implemented using a simple batch upload and a special feature that it has that allows you to prefix, put a prefix into the upload, and then we used subpages and created a file folder class. There's a wonderful talk on that, and that opened up the possibility of allowing us to replicate the experience of attaching documents to wiki articles. And that is just built in, burnt into many people's idea of how you're supposed to work with a system, is to be able to add attachments. MediaWiki Core doesn't have that, but MediaWiki Plus does. And a number of other capabilities. So the electronic workflows, basically being able to implement electronic workflow processes for processes that already existed in a paper form. That was a real challenge because everyone felt like that was a duplication of effort. But what we did was we found certain processes that had no defined process, and we targeted those, and we were able to create, for the first time ever, a formal process for doing things that were previously completely undocumented. And that's where we started to get all of our gains. And then once you start reaching people and showing them that this is bringing stability and sanity to an otherwise unstable, chaotic situation, then they begin to see how it could help in every other area as well.
Well, tied in with that, what kind of success have you had with, I guess you could call it upselling or expanding the domain of the wiki or wikis? You or someone else says, what about storing the inventory information in MediaWiki, that kind of thing?
Well, let me back up a little bit. So the biggest barrier in hindsight, and I wish I had this realization earlier, the biggest barrier was that when we introduced the wiki, they didn't see it as something that was in between, that was eliminating email. They thought that it was a 13th system that we had to feed. And so many people were saying, well, this is duplication of effort. And they were saying, why should I feed yet another system down here? And what I've been trying to say is, no, this is the effort that we want to minimize. And forgive me, I'm not sure if I answered the question. How do we advocate that we switch to wiki-based systems?
Yeah, sure. It was kind of an open-ended question. So.
Yeah. Well, and so like for inventory, I think that was your example. We do have an official inventory system, but our official inventory system doesn't talk to our system. Like we have engineers that are managing the configuration and the use of our inventory. So you have one group that their job is to keep track of inventory, but they're not interested in what we're using it for. They just want to make sure we didn't lose it, right? And then you have another group, and their responsibility is to be able to say, this piece of equipment was used on this test on this date for these signals, and they don't have access to the inventory database. So again, what they've been doing is managing all of that in this email managed area. And the inventory database is correct, and the metrology and instrument handling database is correct, but there's no talk between them. So if I understand your question right, what the wiki does is it becomes a single source of truth that includes what the inventory database has, and it includes what the configuration use database has, and it synthesizes them and allows the two different points of contact to be able to work with the folks who are the owners and maintainers of the equipment, and it just pulls it all together, and all of the it allows disparate systems to operate as a whole. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. We are.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay.
So we are done for the day with the formal program. We have a conference dinner tonight, which is going to be, and I'm hoping I'm getting this correct, 7 to 9 p.m. at the Eastburn, which is walking distance from here. Which is walking distance from here. If people would like to walk together, about how long a walk? 10 minutes. So maybe meet at 6:45, 6:40, 6:45 in the lobby, and we can walk over in groups. All right. And then we're starting back here tomorrow morning again, 8 o'clock for breakfast, 9 o'clock. We have a short session of 3 talks tomorrow morning that are all remote. And then we're going to start on the Create Camp. I had promised to put out a list so people can start putting down Create Camp ideas. I realized I never did that. So we can sort of self-organize tomorrow. Maybe what we'll do is after the talks are done, we can have a little bit of a group discussion as far as people can advocate for what they would like to work on and self-organize into groups. People who want to work by themselves can do so too. But we're here together, and so let's try and figure out some group synergy things that we can do together. And we'll talk about those ideas tomorrow morning. One thing I did think about was for those of you who presented, we'd like to get copies of the slides up linked from the wiki, and we could perhaps take 15 minutes as a group tomorrow over to the side, helping you all get links to your slides up on the wiki. If you want to upload them to Commons, you can.
Anything you want to say to the stream before I cut it off?
Pardon me?
Anything you want to say to the stream before I cut it off?
Anything? Well, I guess same thing for the folks remotely. We would like to get copies of the talks up linked from the program, and please reach out to me if you need any help. I think that's it for the evening.